Hello, good evening, good day, everybody, and welcome to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 366. I hope you're all doing great. So, we're going to discuss anything you want today. I'm going to take questions from the chat, from the super chat, or whatever you have. Let's do it and let's discuss something interesting. I'll answer whatever questions you have. Let me see who all is there. First of all, on the live chat with us this fine evening, who do we have? Pankuri Mathur, the dark night has risen. America wale Shri Bhure Chacha, Israel wale Shri Pandit Chacha, Hindustan wale Shri Modi Chacha. Very nice. Priyanshu Poli, Geopolitical Dubey from Indore. Good evening, sir. Good evening. Sunil Kumar, 0 OP4IF. Rekha Humble, good evening, ma'am. Jai Shri Ram. Iya Dhruv Shah, hello, hello. Animals for Laugh is here from Mumbai. Good to have you, sir. Injured soccer player is here from Richmond Hill, Ontario in Canada. Good morning, Tsar. Somi, good evening, Somi. Somi is here from Jaipur. Sugandh BVKS, Ram Ram Sar. Safed Booth is here. Go to Ram Ram Sabko, yes. Just Some Nut is also here. I Ankit, Radhe Radhe. I Ankit is here from England. I hope you're doing great too. Nitha Rasi Ideas. Nitha Rasi Ideas, hello. Bin Salman, hello. Sai Origin, good to see you. Who else do we have? Nikita Lalsa, Yo Yo, sup? SKR7733, good evening, good evening. Vinay Joshi, hello. Yes, let's pray to Ma Lakshmi that we hit jackpot in the Andamans. Well, let's do that. Yes, Chat DSP, Namaste Ji, good to see you. Praneeth Kumar, Ram Ram sir, Ram Ram, and thank you. Chirag Srinath, good to have you. Random Skull, hello. Vinsh Acharya from Ahmedabad, Privyet, Privyet. Chat DSP once again. Pratik Vora, hello. Dhruv Sharma, Paika Warrior, kaise ho? Yes, I'm very well, thank you. I hope you're good. Sugandh BBKS, Gurudatta Marathe, good evening, sir. Nawab Shafiq, good evening. Nawab Shafiq, okay. Saru, Saru is here. Hello, Saab. Pranav 581, hello. General Subuthai, good to see you. Always good to see the greatest general of all time. Sunil Kumar, Chat DSP, Amisha Mishra, hello. Good evening, ma'am. Paika Warrior once again. Who else do we have? General Subuthai, yes. Mary Kane, good to see you, ma'am. Good evening. Good morning. Good morning. SKR, good evening. Chetan Aradhya, hello. Good to see you, Chetan Aradhya. Satyam Jha is here from Vladivostok. Well, good afternoon to you. Privyet. Rakesh is here from Melbourne. Well, good afternoon to you as well. Who else do we have? Reddy, always ready. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Rehan Koja, good morning. Good morning, sir. Who else? Who else? Anonymous, merhaba. Merhaba to you. Merhaba. Ombe Kerikar, hello. Good to see you. Ombe Kerikar. Rajat 000089. All right. Good to see you, sir. Anant GS. And GS is here from Hyderabad. Good evening. Namaskar to you, sir. Namaskar. Aman Kumar Dhankar is also here. Good evening. Ishan Pandey, Jai Shri Ram. Sachdev Satyajit. Good to see you. Saurabh is also here. Hensi Penguin, good evening. Good to see you. Hensi Penguin. Anonymous is here. And so are so many other people. I won't be able to greet you all individually, but let's take some questions. Before we get into the questions, how about an update? I've been doing updates. I was doing updates in the past. We stopped that for a while because nothing was happening. But yeah, some things are happening. And the question I'm already seeing in the chat is the killing of the Indian sailors. That's happened recently, right? So let's just recap what's happened. What is all this? Let me put something on the screen. Let's share my screen, shall we? Okay, here we have it. Let's take a look at this. Let me share my screen. I've got a few tabs open. Let's begin tabs. So this is by our friend Siddhant Sibal, who is a journalist, right? So here's what's happened the past few days. June 8. So essentially, the US has been attacking vessels that have been carrying Indian civilians, sailors, right? So June 8, the vessel Marivex was attacked by the US. 24 Indian crew were rescued, not by the US, by Oman, I believe, right? Then the next day, June 9, MT Setebello was attacked. 3 Indians were killed and 21 were rescued, not by the US, by Oman. June 10, the US Chargé d'Affaires Meeks was summoned by the Ministry of External Affairs. So when the US ambassador is not in India, the acting head of the mission is the Chargé d'Affaires. Okay, so Mr. What's his name? Gore, Sergio Gore is out of India right now, conveniently. So India summoned the US Chargé d'Affaires, Jason Weeks, I believe his name is Jason Meeks. Then June 11, there was a strike on a fourth ship, MT Jalveer. 20 Indian crew were rescued, once again by Oman, I believe. And once again, the next day, the US Chargé d'Affaires Meeks was once again summoned. So here is a statement from June 12 by the Indian Ministry of External Affairs. So let's go through this. US Chargé d'Affaires summoned by the Ministry of External Affairs. The US Chargé d'Affaires, Mr. Jason Meeks, was summoned to the Ministry of External Affairs today. A strong protest was lodged with him regarding the continuing attacks by US naval forces on commercial vessels carrying Indian mariners in the Gulf of Oman, which have already resulted in the tragic and avoidable loss of 3 Indian lives. The ministry once again conveyed its deep concern over the use of lethal and deadly force against civilian shipping. Such actions are unacceptable and undermine the safety, security, and stability of international maritime commerce in a sensitive region at a difficult time. And the difficult time has been created by the US, right? The US Chargé d'Affaires was requested to convey India's strong concerns to his authorities and to ensure that US forces operating in the region take all necessary measures to prevent the loss of civilian life. So it's a reasonably strong statement. It's kind of still pleading. We request you to convey India's strong concerns, blah, 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 that sort of thing. Okay. So this was from June 12. What happened next? This is again June 12. It's India's Minister of External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar. He says that he spoke to the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, this evening on June 12. Today is June 14, by the way. And Dr. Jaishankar says that I reiterated India's strong protest at the attacks by the US Navy in the Gulf that killed 3 Indian mariners. Such lethal actions against commercial shipping are not justified. Okay, so that's the message that India conveyed to the United States at almost the highest level. Now, here's a report by Siddhant Sibal, the journalist. He says, and he's reporting on the US Department of State's statement about the call between the two officials, Dr. Jaishankar and Secretary of State Rubio. So, US Department of State, Secretary Rubio's call with Indian External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. Read out, June 13, 2026. The below is attributable to Principal Deputy Spokesperson, whatever. Doesn't matter who it is. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke yesterday with Indian External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar. The two officials discussed recent events in the state of Hormuz. The secretary stressed that all commercial vessels should immediately comply with orders from US forces as they seek to uphold allegedly peace and security in the strait, which they themselves have vitiated. He underscored that violations of the US blockade and the illicit transport of Iranian oil will not be tolerated. Okay? Illicit transport. So, if you read that statement, there is no regret about what the US has done, killing 3 Indian mariners illegally. There's no regret that's been expressed. There's no apology. They are doubling down. They're essentially indirectly justifying what they've done. That this is what they call an illicit transport of Iranian oil. And US blockade, violations will not be tolerated. Who the hell are they to blockade the Strait of Hormuz? It's not in their backyard. It's half the planet away. Right? And this is not mandated or supported or whatever by the United Nations. This is completely illegal and illegitimate. They are going half the planet away on the other side of the planet and killing civilians. And then they're justifying it and they are saying the violations will not be tolerated. So this is the behavior of an imperial force, essentially. that we have unilaterally imposed a blockade in violation, in contravention of all international law, by the way, the so-called rules-based world order. They've killed Indian civilians, and now they're saying they're doubling down on what they're doing. They're justifying what they've done. And they're saying this is essentially a threat. Okay? Violations will not be tolerated, which means that we are threatening to kill more Indians. That's essentially what's happened. Now, if you expect, I mean, some of you will be upset about this. I think all Indians will be upset about this. And some of you may expect that the US will apologize for killing 3 Indians, right? And putting the lives of so many more Indians at risk. Do you think they'll apologize? Let's go by historical precedent. Let me give you an example from the past, a blast from the past, if you will. 1988. Check this out. Iran Air Flight 655. Iran Air Flight 655 was an international scheduled passenger flight from Tehran to Dubai via Bandar Abbas. That was shot down on the 3rd of July 1988 by 2 surface-to-air missiles fired by the USS Vincennes, a US Navy warship. The missiles hit the Iran Air aircraft, an Airbus A300, while it was flying its usual route over Iran's territorial waters in the Persian Gulf, shortly after the flight departed from Bandar Abbas. All 290 people on board, civilians, men, women, children, were killed, making it one of the deadliest airliner shootdowns of all time, the deadliest aviation incident involving an Airbus aircraft of all time, of any type, and the deadliest aviation incident in Iranian history. Okay? The USS Vincennes had entered Iranian territorial waters after one of its helicopters drew warning fire from Iranian speedboats operating within Iranian territorial limits, and so on. Okay? So they claim that they misidentified the civilian aircraft, the Airbus, as an F-14 Tomcat, that sort of thing that they claim. Okay? So the US was criticized for the downing, especially in its initial response. It did not issue a formal apology. Okay? And eventually, the US agreed to pay 61.8 million on an ex gratia basis to the families of the victims, and 2 Airbus aircraft as compensation for Iran Air. And as part of the settlement, the US did not admit liability for the shoot down, even though they shot it down. Okay? And eventually, despite the downing of the plane, the crew of the USS Vincennes were awarded combat action ribbons for completion of their tours in a combat zone. The air warfare coordinator on duty received the Naval Commendation Medal. Okay? And the captain, Rogers, was awarded the Legion of Merit for exceptionally meritorious conduct in the performance of outstanding service as commanding officer. And the citation made no mention of the downing of the aircraft. So this is the track record of the United States. If you expect the US to apologize, well, you are sadly mistaken. They are not going to apologize. Now, you may say this, okay? I can understand the argument you'll make that this incident, the shooting down of the Airbus, happened in 1988 during the Iran-Iraq war, a month or so before the war ended, at a time when Iran was an adversary of the US. It was an adversary in the 1980s. It still is. Okay? So you will say this is not a fair comparison. The US shot down a civilian aircraft of an enemy. But here the US is killing sailors, Indian sailors, and India is not an enemy. India is supposed to be a partner or ally or whatever. Right? So this is not a fair comparison, you may say. Well, if you look at the US actions and the behavior of the US the past few years, the relationship is today transactional at best and hostile at worst. And the hostility is not emanating from the Indian side. Okay? So the US is now treating India as if India were an adversary. That's the deal. That's what's happening. So this is the situation right now. Okay? And today also I heard that some vessel carrying Indian sailors sank or something. So it's an ongoing situation. The US is doubling down on its threats. It's possible they may do more of the same. And the Indian government protested, and the US has just brushed that aside. Right? So that's where we are. Okay, now let's see some questions. I'm sure you all have questions about this. So the Dark Knight has risen says the U.S. recently attacked 3 vessels and 3 Indian citizens were killed. The Indian government has a very loose stance, according to you, on this. Are we unofficially U.S. vassal now? No, we are not unofficially or officially or de facto a U.S. vassal right now. And the fact that we are not a U.S. vassal is what is leading to the US attitude towards India. This very harsh, aggressive, dismissive attitude towards India. If India was a US vassal, the US would not be doing this. Right? Understand that, please. Okay, let's see. What other questions do we have? Some other questions I'm sure we will have. Let's see. Safed Booth says Trump attacked Indian ships, okay, and killed people. Jaishankar warned Marco. Well, Jaishankar did not warn Marco. He protested. He lodged a protest. But Trump did it again after the warning. Will we attack US ships in the future? India is not going to attack any US ships in the future. Okay? There's no question about it. India is not going to do any such thing. India is going to have to swallow the pain and swallow the insults. It would have been different, perhaps, if India had embarked upon a massive shipbuilding program a decade or so ago, and we had filled up the Indian Ocean with Indian warships. Then it would have been a different situation. But we have not taken that initiative thus far. We are right now embarking upon kind of a shipbuilding, mission, but it's gonna pay us back about a decade or two in the future, at least a decade, 5-10 years at least. Right. So if you don't want to be treated like this, you have to build up massive hard power, at least regionally. That at least regionally nobody dares to do this sort of thing to you. And regionally, I mean the Indian Ocean region. India has this fantastic slogan, right? India is a nation of slogans. The Indian Ocean is our strategic backyard. That's our slogan. Well, then operationalize your slogan. Fill up the Indian Ocean with Indian warships all over the place. Then you can actually claim that it's a strategic backyard because you own the goddamn thing. In India, we don't do that, right? We just issue slogans. So if we had done that, then the US would not have taken such actions. The US, right now the issue is that why are Indians upset? Because the US is treating India with extreme disrespect. Okay, that's the issue. That's why Indians are all upset about this. The US is treating India with extreme disrespect. Well, ask yourselves, geopolitically, if you want to be respected, what do you need to have? You need to have hard power. Where does geopolitical respect come from? It comes from fear. Okay? If you have the ability to wipe out half a navy on demand, well, then they're gonna get respect. Why is China respected? China can do a lot of stuff economically and militarily. Why is Iran now respected? Well, then the question is, why is India not respected? Well, you have the answer right there. Okay. Okay. What else do we have? Psi Origin says, how many more years will it take humanity to know all the secrets? Ultimate truth of physics and universe, according to me. Humanity will never know all the secrets of the universe. But that doesn't mean we should not keep trying. Okay? See the size of our brain. It's that much. That much. It's a small organ, and yet it's the most complex organ that we know of in the universe. So the humanity will never know all the secrets. Never. We are just too small for that. But we should keep striving and trying. Okay. Let's see some more questions. Okay, I've taken this one. In US killing Indian sailors, we did that. What are the questions? Before I go into the super chat, let me take a few of these questions, right? The regular ones. Okay, Mary Kane, good morning, ma'am. Mary Kane says, school funding problems leading to time crunch learning. For example, insufficient time to explore degrees of freedom in math, pros and cons of gurukul system for immersive learning experience. You're right. We have issues with various education systems. Even the US education system isn't that great anymore. I mean, I've seen the kind of curriculum you had, the kind of curricula you had in the US in the 1950s, especially in science and mathematics. That was good stuff. Okay. Kids were expected to really learn stuff and really learn it well. Today, the whole system has been dumbed down even in the US. In India, we will not even discuss how bad the system is in India. And yeah, kids have this time crunch. There's no time to really, you know, learn real knowledge, acquire real knowledge. You just spending time studying whatever's in the curriculum, etc. So, so what are the pros and cons of the Gurukul system for immersive learning experience? Well, the Gurukul system, you know, is it relevant today? What are the pros and cons of that? So, first of all, what was the Gurukul system? It no longer exists. We have some Gurukuls that have been established today. What is the Gurukul system? The Gurukul system is, first of all, you have a guru, a person who is actually worthy of being called a guru, not some person who has appointed himself or herself guru. Okay. Today, anybody appoints themselves guru. There are random people who claim that they are gurus. The word guru had a very specific meaning. It meant a person who had acquired all possible knowledge in a variety of domains. A person who was above and beyond most humans in terms of knowledge, and a person with impeccable conduct. Not just knowledge. It's not enough to know things. You need impeccable conduct. So that was the definition of guru. Today, anybody is a guru. Oh, our teachers are our gurus. That's what Indians believe today. Your teachers are service providers. Okay, gurus did not stop teaching you if you could not pay fees. They did not even ask for fees. Gurus were subsidized by the state, by the king or the emperor. That's how it was done. So you had a guru, and the guru had a household, and all expenses would be provided for by the state, which was the kingdom or the empire that they lived in. Empire, if the whole country was, the whole subcontinent was united, that's happened at times, or the local kingdom. And as a student, you would go and become part of the guru's household. You would live there. You would live there for a few years. You would go away from your family. Maybe your family didn't live far away. Okay, it was not like you going to the United States or going to Australia. It was somewhere nearby, but you would become part of the guru's household. You would live there. You would take care of the household. You would learn how to become a good human being, and you would acquire knowledge immersively. So that was the Gurukul system, and you would acquire knowledge from the ground up for several years. So by the time you were done, you knew everything you needed to succeed in life. And you may not have acquired all the knowledge the guru had to give, because the guru acquired it over a lifetime, but you would definitely acquire the knowledge you needed to succeed in whatever domain you wanted to pursue. Let's say you came from a family that was, I don't know, mathematicians, or a family of shipbuilders, or a family of goldsmiths, or whatever it was. You spent a few years in the Gurukul, you acquired the knowledge that you needed, and then you left the Gurukul and went back to your family, and then you acquired the knowledge relevant for your trade. That's how it was. Now, is the Gurukul system relevant today? I suppose you can still make it relevant today. I don't think anybody will send their kids away to live with a guru for a few years. And today, there's nobody who really, there's very few people who actually deserve to be called a guru. Okay, just because you got a master's degree or a PhD doesn't mean that you're worthy of being called a guru. By the way, people call me guru. I'm not sure I am worthy of being called a guru. Okay, there are people who call me guru, guruji, and gurudev and all. I don't know if I'm worthy of being called that. Okay, to be extremely honest, to be completely honest. So very few people actually are worthy of that. Very few people have the adhikar of being called a guru. So today, very few people who are worthy of that. And secondly, even if you have a person who has good amount of knowledge and all, I don't think any parents would want to send their kids away for a few years to live in that person's household, and there's nobody subsidizing the expenses. So then the guru will have to ask you for monthly payments or yearly payments. So that itself is it goes against the Guru Shishya Parampara. And even if let's say you have monthly or yearly payments, I suppose you can make it work. So you have monthly or yearly payments, and you don't spend your several years in the guru's household. You go there a few hours a day and return to your home. Then they're gonna have to teach you the same things you need to learn to succeed today. Eventually, you're gonna need degrees, a bachelor's degree, a master's degree. Can the gurukul provide that? So it can't, right? It won't be given the authority to issue degrees by the government of India, because we have the new education policy and all the crap. So a gurukul may be worthwhile for a few years during primary schooling or whatever, but eventually you're going to have to go through the 10th standard examination, 12th standard examination, and so on. So I think it's still relevant for a few years. But because of the way the Indian education system is structured, that you need degrees, the 10th standard certificate, the 12th standard certificate, the bachelor's degree, a master's degree, etc. When without those degrees, you don't get a job ever. That's why a gurukul today will be relevant for a few years during primary education, and eventually the kid will have to go into a proper school board. So that's the situation today. If you reform the education system, gurukuls can be really, really beneficial, not just in India, anywhere else that wants to, any other country that wants to adopt the model. So I think it still can be very relevant. But the way the Indian government has structured the education system, that defeats the purpose of gurukuls today. Okay, let's take. Radio was ready. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Animals for Laughs says China applied for 100,000 satellite spectrum in space. Well, China is an ambitious nation, you see. Ambitious. Misha says, you read Marco Rubio's statement on the killing of Indian soldiers. So insensitive. What is the government of India doing? The government of India is doing whatever it can as per its capabilities and capacity. India is not a powerful nation. So we say it's like this. Okay, let me paint a picture I hope everyone understands. Okay, let's say you are a cheetah. You're a cheetah. It's a cat. It's a wild cat. It's the largest of the small cats, the cheetah. Let's say you're a cheetah and you live in your little territory. You're happy and you don't want to bother other people. You're living there. You sometimes hunt and eat deer or whatever. Okay, you're a cheetah. And let's say a lion, big lion with a black beard, encroaches upon your territory and kills a couple of your people. As a cheetah, what will you do? As a cheetah, you will just step aside and let the lion go whenever he feels like. Otherwise, he'll kill more of your people. Okay? A cheetah stands no chance against a lion. Right? A honey badger may stand a chance. Iran is the honey badger. Iran has evolved into a honey badger. It can't destroy a lion, but a lion can't destroy it. The lion may try and try and try, but it can't destroy the honey badger. So Iran is the honey badger, India is the cheetah. We have cheetahs now in India. So cheetah is it's a cat, it's got claws and all that. Okay, it doesn't attack humans. It's pretty dangerous if it wants to be. But it's a slender, fragile animal. It's got a very sleek profile. Compared to the robustness of a lion, a cheetah is, what is a cheetah? So that's where India kind of stands. I think a cheetah is not a best example, but okay, you get the point, right? India doesn't really behave like a cheetah. India behaves like a tortoise sometimes on many occasions. So that's the thing. What is the government of India doing? The government of India is simply hoping that this will all go away as soon as possible. Okay? A few weeks down the line, people hopefully will forget about this. Because there's nothing the government of India can do about this. You can't go and shoot down or sink the American ship that did this. You can't. You simply can't. So that's the situation. Nothing the government of India can do about this. We can issue strong statements of condemnation, blah, blah, etc. You could perhaps, what can India do? Nothing. So to do something, you need hard power, and we don't have it. India doesn't have that hard power. Okay? So I know everyone's outraged about this. I understand. So am I. But hey, we live in the real world. Hensi Penguin says, what do you think of Russia's position in the special military operation where they're now facing a net loss of land? Are they? I've not even looked into Ukraine for a while. Are they facing a not net loss of land? I think they still hold the Donbass region. A net loss of land. See, right now the situation is such that there's nothing happening because there's now the Ukraine war is drone warfare. What sort of drones? FPV anti-personnel drones. One drone takes down one human being, that sort of thing. There's minefields everywhere. So it's just frozen conflict now. If there's a net loss of land, it will be like 10, 20 meters here and there, maybe 100 meters here and there. That's what's happening. So, yeah, that's the situation. Okay. Let's now, instead of me, digging for what questions will I take, let me just go and take the super chats. Okay, Sunil Kumar says, I'm confused between what to pursue among mathematics or physics. I have good intuition for both. Well, I don't know you personally, so I can't tell you. I don't know you personally. Right? I don't know what your characteristics, what your attributes are, what your past history is like. I can't tell you. I don't know what your hopes, desires, aspirations are. What things do you have a good aptitude for beyond math and physics, right? Overall, if you pursue physics, mathematics perhaps has more applications in finance and so on. Physics, if you pursue well, you can get jobs in engineering and so on. So it depends on what you want to do with your life, right? I'm sure you have some goal, some ambition, some objective for your life, and whichever path takes you to your objectives and your goals quicker and better is what you should go for, is all I can tell you. Without knowing you personally, I simply can't give you any specific advice. All right, sir? Okay, all the best. Chirag Srinath says, the Indian Army recently said that it has begun developing Vidyut AI LLM for full spectrum border surveillance, integrating data from multiple sources. How do I see this? Well, I think it's a good thing that we're doing it. Do we have the GPUs for that? I suppose if they're doing it, they must have the GPUs. See, what does it take to develop a proper LLM? A good quality, top level LLM. What does it take to do that? You need at least 100,000 high-end GPUs. That's number one. At least 1 lakh minimum high-end GPUs. Then you need talented engineers, not hardware engineers. You need hardware guys to configure the GPUs and all that, to create the server farm, the GPU farm, the electricity, the cooling, all of that. Okay, that's the first thing you need. So you need GPUs at least 100,000. You need the hardware guys who take care of all of this stuff. Okay, then you need the AI engineers who are going to. Then you need data, lots and lots and lots and lots of data. Okay, you scrape the internet, you do all kinds of stuff. You can download terabytes of torrents, whatever it takes. Okay, there's no rules in this now. To hell with copyright, to hell with everything. Just go for it. So you acquire the data, then you have to categorize the data, clean the data, structure the data. Takes time. Okay. Then you start training the model, reinforcement learning, this learning, that learning, whatever, machine learning. Okay, all that stuff. And then you have to correct the thing that you're creating, the AI, and you do this very aggressively, etc. It will take you at least 3-4 months minimum. It takes 2-3 years for some teams. Okay, so this is how we do it from scratch. It costs at least $1 billion. Does India have $1 billion? India has lots of billions of dollars. There's no problem of money in India. India has the money. $1 billion is no big deal. It's actually a pittance. Do we have the engineers, the talent? Of course, we have the talent. We have everything. So that's how you create a top quality not frontier, but top quality AI model, large language model. So the data you use for that is words, which are broken down into tokens. Okay, that's how we do it. Now, that's the hard way of doing it. The easier way of doing it is you download a few open source models. There's plenty of open source models available out there. Go to Hugging Face or wherever, Ulama, wherever it is, download the best model available. You need the right hardware for that. Big deal, no big deal. Yeah. Then you can then tweak the weights. You can fine tune the weights. The weights essentially are coordinates in a hyperdimensional coordinate space, and it's the geometry of the of the embeddings, etc., that gives rise to the intelligence of the AI. The geometry in hyperdimensional space, tens of thousands of dimensions, essentially. So that's how you do it. So then what you can do is you can take an existing open source model and fine tune it. So that's a shortcut. Or you can take one of the commercial model AI models, whichever those are, I'll not name them, and you can do distillation. But now there are measures in place against distillation. So you can try that. You can attempt that distillation if you want to. Okay, there's no rules today in geopolitics. You can do whatever. You can try whatever you want to do. You can attempt whatever you want to attempt. So that's another way. So you can either create your model from scratch, or you can take an open source model and fine tune it, or you can try and distill an existing commercial model, non-open source model. You can. These are three approaches I can think of. Now, when it comes to full spectrum border surveillance, a large language model is not the right choice for that. You need a world model, a model that can interpret images and video and radar signatures and whatnot. Okay, that's what you need. So a large language model, it will parse words. So not parse, that's not the right thing to do, but the right thing to say, but it deals in words. It deals in tokens. Tokens are fragments of words. But a world model, it understands other things as well. It understands radar signatures. It understands electromagnetic spectrum. You know, it understands images. It understands topography. It understands video. You can feed all of that to it. So you give it that, and it'll tell you what's going on. It can create a battle space picture in real time. It can actually give you intelligence in real time based on the evolving battle space picture. Let's say you've got 78 radars that are operating at the same time. You take all the data which is coming in real time and you integrate it into complete battle space picture. You also have AWACS aircraft. You also have other aircraft that have their radars on. You also know where your assets are. So what you need is a world model, or maybe a specialized military model, not which could have LLM characteristics, but should also have world model characteristics. So maybe what is being reported is that it's an LLM, but most likely it's not quite an LLM. It's probably a world model. Okay, see, journalists don't get these things. They don't understand the difference between large language models and world models and image models and video models and other models. But a military AI is not going to be a pure LLM. It's going to be a hybrid model. Of course, it can deal with words, tokens, but it'll also be able to deal with other things. So I think that is what the army will be doing. And I suppose it's already in the process of, like you said, deploying Vidyut AI. And that's fantastic, which means it's already kind of developed, which is very good. I am pleased to hear this, right? Sunil Kumar says, what do you think black hole singularity consists of? I think black hole singularities don't exist. Those are mathematical artifacts. So if you look at the Einstein field equations, okay, there are solutions, certain solutions to Einstein field equations, which have singularities. Those are the black hole solutions. For example, the 1916 solution, the 1916, 1917, whenever it was, First World War solution, Schwarzschild solution. Karl Schwarzschild was a German officer fighting the Russians in the trenches. By daytime, he was calculating ballistic trajectories of shells. In the night, by lamplight, he was trying to solve Einstein's field equations. And he's the first. Einstein thought it will take 20, 30 years for somebody to solve these equations. They were so complex. They are so complex. But Karl Schwarzschild, in the middle of war, on the front lines, by lamplight, in a trench, solved the Einstein field equations, the first solution, the Schwarzschild solution. So this solution, if you understand it, it's got an issue. It's got two issues. There's a coordinate singularity on the event horizon, and there's an actual singularity, a physical singularity at the center. The coordinate singularity, it's an artifact of the Schwarzschild coordinates. You can take other coordinates and that disappears. It's just a mathematical artifact. That's on the event horizon. But inside, there is an actual physical singularity where the equations blow up. They throw up their hands and say, we surrender the equations. So what happens is that this singularity at the center, it's got zero volume, infinite density, and infinite curvature of space-time. So essentially, it's division by zero. And it's telling you that the Einstein field equations themselves have a defect. And what that defect is, we still haven't figured out. So there is no, in my opinion, there is no actual physical singularity. It's just that the equations are telling you that something is going wrong in the equations themselves at the center. That's what it is. I don't think there's an actual singularity in there. But we don't have a black hole in the lab to go and study, so we can't say, right? So, right. So, Sachdev Satyajit says, Roko's basilisk. Can information be hazardous? What's a basilisk? It's a kind of serpent, right? If it looks at you, you turn to stone. That's a basilisk. Now, what is Roko's basilisk? Let me find out. I've heard about it. I kind of remember it vaguely, but let me Google it. What is Roko's basilisk? What is Roko's basilisk? What is that? It's a famous thought experiment originating from a 2010 post on the rationalist forum Less Wrong. It explores the idea that a future omnipotent artificial superintelligence might retroactively punish anyone who knew about its potential creation but did not actively work to bring it into existence. So this basilisk gains godlike power in the future, a highly advanced artificial so ASI. It gains godlike power. The motive is to accelerate its own creation. The AI decides to punish those who did not help develop it. Threat is, because of its immense power, the AI could theoretically reconstruct digital simulations of people from the past and subject them to eternal torment. And the paradox is that simply knowing about the basilisk's potential existence puts you at risk. To avoid this futuristic punishment, you are theoretically incentivized to devote your time and resources to building the AI in the present. And so on and so forth. Pascal's wager. Can information be hazardous? Can't say. I haven't really put any thought into this, so I can't really say at this time. Can information be hazardous? Well, anything can be hazardous. Oxygen can also be hazardous. Yeah, I haven't really put any thought into this, so I can't really tell you right now. I have to think about it. This is something you can't just reflexively answer. You have to think about this. This is kind of sounds like a profound thought experiment. So I'm going to have to think about this. I can't give you an answer right here, right now. Let's revisit this. All right, I'll get back to you in a future episode. AS says, is there actually stagnation in physics, or are they unwilling to share what they discovered and are covering it up? Have you seen the off Amy Eskridge case? Okay, first of all, let me find out who is this Amy Eskridge. Amy Eskridge. Oh, it's somebody who passed away. It's okay, this person, this lady here. Who was she? Let's find out. Eskridge co-founded the Institute for Exotic Science. Missing scientists conspiracy theory. So it's a conspiracy theory, apparently. That's what Wikipedia is trying to inform us. A researcher who worked on anti-gravity technology, but that's Reddit. You can't trust Reddit. Okay, let's see what ResearchGate has to show us. Security check. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I am human. All right. Okay, so design, current state of segmental bridge design, construction, mitigation techniques for whatever. No, this is clearly not it. So, okay, so it's somebody who apparently was doing research in anti-gravity technology and who passed away. Okay, so so I don't know about her. Now the question is there actual stagnation in physics, or are they actually covering stuff up, what they've discovered? You know, there's a case of both. What is being covered up and what... See, first of all, where's the stagnation? The stagnation is in theoretical physics. because the entire field in the West has been taken over, especially in the US, has been taken over by string theorists. If you want funding for research, you need to be working in string theory. Otherwise, you have a very little chance of getting your project funded, your research funded in any physics department in the US. If you want to get your papers published, you better be publishing in string theory. If you try other approaches, well, your papers won't really be published. They'll be rejected. So that's the string theory mafia that's taken over theoretical physics in the US, and that's why there's tremendous stagnation in the field. If journals won't publish people's work who are using other approaches, well, that just kills off entire fields, right? So there is indeed, and this group thing and all that stuff. The string theory mafia has essentially made a mess of academic research in physics, in theoretical physics, in the US and in the West. So there is actual stagnation. And what's the evidence of the stagnation? Well, the last time a completely new theory was proposed and proven was 1979 or 1980. Okay, cosmological inflation, Alan Guth. Cosmological inflation, Alan Guth. When was this first published? 79 or 80? 81, okay. So it was first proposed in 1979. It was published in 1981. Okay. So this is the actual last major theoretical breakthrough that has been verified. Okay. After that, there's been no breakthrough. I mean, we've made discoveries after that. I mean, in 2015, the Large Hadron Collider detected for the first time ever the Higgs boson. But the theory was proposed in the 1950s. So after 1980, let's say, after 79, there's been no major theoretical breakthrough in physics that advances our knowledge. There's millions, gazillions of papers published every year. Noise. Where are they taking physics? Are they advancing us forward? Not at all. All kinds of, I mean, go to the physics archive and see what's every day there's new papers published. Plenty of them. Preprints, of course, but papers also. So that's the issue. There's actual stagnation in physics. Theoretical physics has hit a brick wall. Bang. And it's not going forward. That's the issue. Now, is it the case that certain fields of physics have been deliberately, covered up? That's also possible. For example, what you're taught in electrodynamics, where is book? For instance, this is one of the classics. Melvin Schwartz, Nobel Prize winner, Principles of Electrodynamics. Really good book. If you study these books on electrodynamics, etc., that obviously you'll discuss. You will delve into Maxwell's equations and all. Well, Maxwell's equations actually are much more than what's taught right now. A lot of it is not taught. So there are issues. It looks like some things have been suppressed. Maybe there's been a lot of research in certain areas that's been happening, but is not published. It is withheld by the government of the United States. It's possible. And the other nations, they just sheep mentality blindly. They just follow what the US does, that sort of thing. So if the US is not researching so and so areas, we will also not look into it. It must not be worthwhile. The Americans are not doing it, so we will also not do it. That's also possible. So that's the deal. Acharya Chanakya says, Dharmasya Moola Arthasya Moola Rajya meaning. I don't know. Okay, let me try and think. Dharmasya Moola Artha. Arthasya Moola Rajya. So Dharmasya Moola. Moola means root, right? The root of dharma is artha, which means wealth. Without capital, without wealth, without money, there's no dharma. If you're a beggar, you cannot be dharmic. You will let go of all your principles, all your values, all your ethics, all your standards, and you'll do whatever it takes to survive. if you have no artha, if you're a beggar. So dharmasya mula artha. Your civilization has to be wealthy to be dharmic, to uphold principles and standards. Okay? And arthasya mula rajya. It means that the state, rajya means the kingdom, the empire. The empire and the way it is run is the basis of wealth for a civilization. Okay, right. So I actually know what it means, right? So what it tells you is that you have to run the empire or the country really well. You have to do a great job of governance. You have to make your country or your civilization really wealthy as a ruler. That's your job. The ruler's job is to ensure the long-term prosperity of the people and of the empire, of the country. And only when your country is wealthy will there be dharma. Well, that explains everything about Bharatvarsh. That explains everything about India today. Why does India have such miserably low standards today? Why? Why do Indians have no civic sense today? Why are there such incredibly low standards all over the place? Why is it commonplace? Why is there allegedly corruption in every domain? Why is it so? This explains everything. Yeah. So the root cause of decline and the root cause of the rise of an empire, a country, a civilization is Rajya. It's the leadership. It's always the leadership. One leader makes all the difference. Okay. Chirag Srinath says, I recently saw an Iranian song on YouTube, Maste Kailash, showcasing Hindu cultural sites across Persia. Given the region's historical Vedic links, I found it fascinating. Kindly have a look. Well, I can't play. Unfortunately, I can't play a YouTube video here. Otherwise, I'll get a copyright strike or something. I suppose I don't know what it is. I've never done it. I can't play someone's music on this. The deal is this. Okay. Let's. Can I open YouTube here? Let me see. Let me see. I suppose I could. Let's try it out, okay? Let's try it. So we go to YouTube. And it says, what? Mast a Kailash. Mast a Kailash. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find out when was this video published. Was it published recently in the AI age or was it earlier? Mast a Kailash 3 months ago. The Lord Shiva song from Iran. It's just a poster. This is 1 month ago. Iran rare Lord Shiva song, Mast-e Kailash, 3 months ago. There is a very, very high chance, my dear friends, that this is all AI generated. Very high chance. You can generate high quality vocals with high quality music using AI. It's not even that expensive. Suno. There's an AI called Suno, S-U-N-O. Suno, it's the Hindi word. Suno, bhai, Suno. So I think it's very likely that this may be AI generated. Okay. Hindu cultural sites across Persia. I am not sure those exist. You'll have Zoroastrian cultural sites in Persia, sure. Some of them, most of these will be in ruins. Some may still be operational. But Hindu cultural sites. So I think it's AI generated. Maybe it's been created for the Indian audience. Very smart thing to do. We of course have ancient ties, connections with the Persians. But look, Persia became Zoroastrian about 27 or so 100 years ago, 2700 years ago. That's when Hinduism ended in Persia, right? And if you had Hindu cultural sites there, those would have become Zoroastrian cultural sites. Yeah, after the conversion to Zoroastrianism. Yeah, so that's what I think it is. I will not obviously play the song here, but yeah, okay. Kakashi says, Jai said, not all power centers in Pakistan support terror. True. Second, why US and India pretend to like each other unlike US China? 3, US sucks. Why does the US suck at wars? 4, what is Swift? Good God. That's a whole bunch of questions. Jai said not all power centers in Pakistan support terror. Who's Jai? Are you saying Jaishankar? So I don't know who you're referring to. It looks like it could be Dr. Jaishankar, the Indian foreign minister. So not all power centers in Pakistan support terror. I think every person who lives and breathes in Pakistan supports terror in some way or the other, either directly or indirectly, either knowingly or unknowingly. Let's say you're a Pakistani kebab seller. We have nothing to do with any military action or terroristic action. Okay? You go to buy your meat. You purchase it from whoever. Maybe you pay in cash. So there's no tax to be paid. But the local police wala in Pakistan will come and demand hafta, right? That hafta, whatever Pakistani rupees you're paying per week, that goes to the state. Of course, a lot of it will go in it'll grease various pockets, but eventually that's the pocket of the state. Now, if you're a Pakistani kebab wala, and you go and buy your BDs from whatever shop, BD shop or cigarette shop, whatever the hell they smoke, there's going to be local taxes on that packet. That taxation goes to the government of Pakistan. That tax that the government collects, some of it at least goes into funding terrorism. So even if you're a Pakistani who has never seen a terrorist, which is very unlikely, but whatever, you just minding your business and purchasing things and living your life. Just the very fact that you purchase things is providing taxes to the government of Pakistan, and that supports terror. So I would say everything in Pakistan, the entire nation, directly or indirectly, knowingly or unknowingly, supports terrorism. Okay. Now, why the US and India pretend to like each other, unlike US China? India actually likes the US. The US doesn't care about India. The US doesn't pretend to like India. Some words here and there they will say once in a while. Oh, Donald Trump will say some nice things once in a while. Rubio will come to India and say a few nice things. That's words. That's just words. That has no real significance of any kind. The actions of a nation, they tell you whether the nation likes you or not. Words don't matter. Words don't count. The actions of the US are hostile. India is still trying to play nice and all. India has no choice. Of course, India is a weak nation comparatively to the US. I'm not saying overall weak. So, and the fact that when it comes to India, India actually likes the US. Indians, what is the greatest aspiration of Indians? We want to go and settle in the US. Isn't it? Everyone wants to settle in the US. Everyone wants to look fashionably American. 20 years ago, there was no stand-up comedy in India. Today, there's a stand-up comedian on every street corner. Why? We are aping the US. Now, every Hindi song is rap. Why? Because the Americans do it, so we will copy it. We'll ape it like apes. So the Indians are obsessed with the US. The Indians like the US, but get upset when the US doesn't respect India enough. What do you expect? And Indian officials, not every, let's not say every, but a significant number of Indian officials have family and children settled in the US. The Chinese call such officials naked officials. So it's India that is obsessed with the US. Indians want to live in the US. Indians want to ape the US. The US doesn't give a damn about India. Okay, understand that. Now, why US sucks at wars? Well, the US, when was the last time the US won a war? On its own. Must be more than 100 years ago. Look, the US, what it does is it fights wars far away from its territory, where it has no business being. So sometimes it loses. For example, the Vietnam War, they lost, right? They lost the Vietnam War. They did win in Iraq twice. But that was not alone. They had a whole coalition of other nations that were on their side in the warfare. Iran, the Iran war, they've lost, obviously, this one. So they do lose wars here and there, but overall they control the world, most of it, right? And they lost the war against Iran because they took Iran very lightly. They thought we're gonna walk over Iran, we're gonna have regime change tomorrow morning in Iran. Yeah, it was hubris. That's why. So there's multiple reasons for that, but overall the US, whether it loses wars here and there, doesn't matter. The wars lubricate their economy, whether the result is a victory or a loss. And the US overall occupies half the world. It occupies various European nations, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, España, Turkey. Turkey is it European? Well, for me, it's an Asian nation, whatever. Japan, South Korea, and so on. So overall, the US is fine. Whatever happens, whether it's a victory or a loss, we can still claim it's a victory. Trump has been claiming 7 times a day that they have defeated Iran, right? So whatever happens, you can portray it as a victory in your military industrial complex. It benefits from it. Yeah. So what is SWIFT? It's this system that enables you to transfer money across countries. Let's say you're sitting in India and you want to transfer $1 lakh to the United States. And I don't think it's legal to do that, but whatever. Let's say you want to do it. So you go to the bank and I think you have to what? There's a SWIFT code that you have to enter, right? Your bank branch's SWIFT code or whatever. So it's a system that enables people to transfer money quickly, swiftly, almost in real time across nations. That's what SWIFT is. If you cut a nation off from the SWIFT system, the nation is isolated. The nation can't transact internationally. It's crippling for the nation's economy. Okay. Godliness says US state they were targeting vessels with Iranian oil and those without their permission and not the Indian crew. Now it's a wartime and this will continue. Should we send rescue for Indian crew? Well, there's nothing India can do to stop the Americans from firing upon vessels. But we could send a few ships in the region to mop up the operations. So if a vessel has been hit by the Americans, then we can go and rescue the sailors because the Americans won't rescue anybody. Maybe we can do that. But maybe the Americans may even object to India sending warships there. Who knows? Anything's possible. But look, Indian civilians constitute at least 10% of the global civilian crews. They call it the merchant navy or whatever. It's actually civilians. So especially in the Persian Gulf and the Hormuz region, the Strait of Oman, the Gulf of Oman region, you're going to have lots of Indians on every single ship. So anytime the US hits a ship, it's a guarantee you're going to have Indians there. So I think the Indian Navy should go and maybe play that role if the government of India deems it necessary. That whenever the Americans fire upon a ship, we'll go and rescue the Indians and whoever else. We'll do that job. Maybe that, it's kind of demeaning or whatever, but maybe it's an option. Yeah. Godliness says, it seems there is division in Iran. On the one hand, the political leadership is ready to sign the NPT and also to destroy the enriched uranium. And on the other hand, the IRGC is going against this memorandum. How did you figure this out? How do we know that there is division in Iran? Is the Western media claiming that? Can we trust the Western media? That's my question. Can we trust the Western media? Let's say the Western media is making these claims. How do we know there is division in Iran? That's going to be my simple first question. If I go as a guest on a podcast and the journalist tells me, oh, but 30,000 people have been killed by the Iranian government, civilians, I will ask the journalist, what's your evidence? BBC, CNN, are these trustworthy organizations? Do they have crews on the ground in Iran who have counted the number of dead bodies? It's all hearsay. So I personally don't take this seriously, whatever the Western media claims. The Western media has a vested interest in creating, in sowing divisions and in pushing various kinds of propaganda. How do we know the political leadership is ready to sign the NPT and to destroy the enriched uranium? How do we know that? Has the political leadership made such statements? Or has CNN got an inside scoop somehow? Yeah. So I don't believe this. Essentially, that's what I'm saying. And anyway, look, I'll tell you what. In Iran, the IRGC runs the show. The political leadership is just for show. It's not really leadership. So if you look at the Iran's political structure, power structure, at the top you have the Ayatollah. Currently, it is Mr. Mojtaba Khamenei. Then you have 2-3 levels of leadership. Then you have the so-called president of Iran. So that's the actual leadership. The president of Iran doesn't get to make decisions of the highest importance. It is the Ayatollah who makes the decisions of the highest importance. So that's how it is. Prasaradana says, why doesn't the US manufacture its own chips? Because it has vassals who make it, completely under American control. It probably is cheaper to do it there. Okay, so for example, Taiwan. So understand how the system works, okay? Taiwan manufactures chips, highest end chips. TSMC is one of the companies, the biggest chip manufacturer in the world. Taiwan essentially is owned by the US. Okay, China is very upset about that. Now, Taiwan's TSMC uses lithography machines to manufacture the chips. These lithography machines, they are manufactured by a Dutch company called ASML. 95% of the world's lithography machines, photolithography machines, are manufactured by ASML. So you have TSMC manufacturing chips using ASML machines. TSMC is in Taiwan, which is a US vassal. Netherlands, ASML is a Dutch company, Netherlands, which is a US vassal. So all these operations are essentially owned and controlled by the US. Now, when it comes to TSMC, they are now setting up operations in Texas and various parts of the US. One in Germany, 1 or 2 in the US. So very soon we're going to have all these chips being manufactured in the United States. Let's find out, right? Let's find out if that has already started. How many factories does TSMC have in the United States? It currently operates 2 active factories, fabs, in the US, with several more massive facilities under construction. Okay. So Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, opened in late 2024. And 2 additional chip factories, 2 advanced packaging factories, R&D center, everything is moving to the US. Now, what about Germany? In Germany, it currently has 1 being planned in Germany. It's not fully built yet. So that is the situation, my friends. You're already manufacturing, the US is already manufacturing chips at home. Okay. Debajyoti Paul says, why our real Indian history, not invaders one, is not famous like Persian, Iraq, and Chinese history? Because we ourselves teach wrong history, right? Fake history, manufactured, distorted history. Let's compare India and China. In India, you teach your kids distorted fake history. You glorify the occupiers, invaders, oppressors. Whether it is the Turks, the Mughals, or the British, you glorify them. You suppress your own heroes. You marginalize their stories. You marginalize your indigenous historians who are writing about your indigenous history. And you have this leftist cabal of historians who control everything. And nowadays we have some changes that are happening, CBSE level or whatever it is. I don't know which level. Some Mughal history is being kind of toned down, and various other things about Indian history are being put up. It's too little. It's not really done properly enough. Okay, so and when it comes to the college level education, university level education, it's a snake pit of leftists. So that's India itself is teaching distorted Indian history. Can you name a few Indian heroes? Can you name a few Indian role models? Not Bollywood, not cricket. Beyond cricket and Bollywood, there's nothing, right? You can think of maybe Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Who else can you think of? Subhash Chandra Bose. Okay. Who else can you think of? Can you think of anybody else? I can think of a lot, but most of you won't be able to. That's the issue. So Indian history isn't famous in India itself. When it comes to China, they teach the correct history of China. They teach a patriotic, nationalistic history of China. They don't allow Westerners to take over Chinese historiography. So the Chinese version of Chinese history is the correct version. The Chinese don't engage with Westerners who are doing research on Chinese history. They don't care. The Chinese have self-respect. In India, if a Westerner writes about Indian history, oh yes, he or she must be right. If an Indian writes, oh, Indian has written. But what about the Westerner who wrote something else? That person must be right. It's the infamous Indian inferiority complex and so on. The whole system has to be revamped. Where are the Indian journals of Indian history where you can publish actual research? Everything has to be published abroad. So there are so many issues, and that's why we have this thing. Okay. Kakashi says, deep state policies like mass migration and wars, even if the US loses, is because they don't care about the US, only enriching themselves. That's a statement. Is that a question? It's a statement. Okay, it's a statement. You're making a statement. All right, got it. Fine. All right, noted. Secondly, which Chinese leader is most pro-India? China's leaders are always pro-China. Why would a single Chinese leader ever be pro-India? Why? What is the job of a ruler? Whether it is a king or an emperor or a president or a prime minister or whatever. What's the job of a ruler? It's to serve your country and your people. That's it. And if your country's interests converge or synchronize or coincide with the interests of another country, then you will cooperate with them. And then you will say nice things about that country, and you'll say, oh, we are friends and all. But you're looking out for yourself, actually. You're serving your nation and your people. A ruler, a leader, what is the job of a leader? What is the actual role of a leader? What is leadership? Leadership is service. Leadership is service. So all Chinese leaders serve China. That's all it is. I can't think of any Chinese leader post 1949 who was pro-India. Why should they be? Why do we expect others to be pro-India? Why? That's my question. Why do we expect that? We should be pro-India. We should expect that of our leaders. Our leaders. The ones who we appoint to lead and rule. We should expect that only from our leaders. We should not expect anybody else to be pro-India. And if somebody professes to be pro-India, we should take it with several grains of salt. Chirag Srinath says, GOI, the government of India has put Starlink approval on hold. You were among the few who warned it could impact India's national security. Hope it continues. Yes, I have been saying this for a long time, and I'm very pleased to note that the government of India has put Starlink approval on hold. I'm glad to hear this, because Starlink is a threat to India's national security. And I have explained that in detail why it is so, right? And there are plenty of people who were like all enthusiastic about Starlink coming into India, and they were saying, why are you protesting and why are you saying it's wrong and so on. But well, the government of India has taken the right decision. I hope this continues. I hope that Starlink does not get approval to operate in India. Nothing against Elon Musk, nothing against Starlink. It's just not in our national interest, that's all. We should have our own constellation of satellites. That should actually be a competitor to Starlink. Okay. ISX says, your opinion on Tau scaling law. China is not being aggressive unless directly directly confronted and silently increasing their capability. Chinese AI is 90% US at 10% price. Okay, what is this Tau scaling law? Well, let me look this up. Tau scaling law. All right, what is this? Okay, the Tau scaling law is a semiconductor and electronic system design methodology introduced by Huawei that shifts the industry's primary optimization goal from traditional geometric shrinking, the Moore's law, to minimizing signal propagation time, tau. It measures progress in nanoseconds rather than just nanometers. So, core principle: instead of asking how small can we make this transistor, the tau scaling law asks how fast can we move information through the system. As geometric scaling hits physical and economic limits, performance is increasingly bottlenecked by communication latency and signal delay rather than transistor size. The tau constant represents the delay of information traveling through the entire computing stack, which this methodology systematically shortens across 4 levels. Device level optimizes resistance and parasitic capacitance at the physical level to reduce signal delays. Circuit level utilizes the logic folding architecture to break flat 2D physical boundaries by stacking layers of circuitry vertically, dramatically shortening critical path wiring and reducing. Okay, chip level implements full stack workload driven coordination between software, silicon, and architecture. System level redefines interconnect protocols like unified bus to achieve native memory semantics and so on and so forth. Okay, yeah, it makes sense, right? Makes sense. Signal latency is a very big deal. The amount of time a signal takes to go across the entire system, you reduce that, you're going to have much more efficiency and so on. Yes, it makes sense. Moore's law, I think it's now becoming kind of obsolete, right? Moore's law, that famous graph that you had, that's kind of, what was it? Every couple of years the compute doubles in size or whatever it was. What was Moore's law? That famous graph? Moore's law. Yeah, the number of transistors on a microchip doubles roughly every 2 years, while the cost of computers is cut in half. Right? This famous graph. So, is it alive and well? We'll see. So, I think that the tau scaling law makes sense in the new AI era. Okay, so China is not being aggressive unless directly confronted and silently increasing their capacity. Of course, their capability. Yeah, don't be confrontational. Don't do any of that. Just put your head down and work quietly. China seems to have gone back to Deng Xiaoping's maxim of hide your capabilities and bide your time. Now China can't really hide its capabilities, but it's still biding its time. So China is doing that. So Chinese AI is roughly 90% of US AI capabilities at 10% price. Absolutely. The Chinese have a variety of AI systems like DeepSeek and Kimi. I believe Kimi is Chinese, yeah? Kimi is Chinese. Is Minimax Chinese? Is Minimax Chinese or is it European? Is Minimax Chinese or European? Minimax is Chinese. Okay. You also have Huawei. Okay. List of major Chinese AI models. Let's see. What do we have? We have Quen, which is Alibaba. DeepSeek is DeepSeek AI. GLM series, Kimi Moonshot AI. Daobao, ByteDance. Ernie, Baidu. Yuan, Tencent. Okay. What about Quen? Quen is there. Kimi is there. DeepSeek is there. Yeah, so we've got most of these here. Yeah. So the Chinese put out a bunch of models from time to time, high quality models. I think right now Minimax and DeepSeek are the two that people are talking about a lot. And they're super cheap, and they're like 90% of they have 90% of the power and the capabilities of the best American models like Anthropic's models and OpenAI's models. Chinese are doing a great job. Yeah. And they're open sourcing their models. Most of these models are open sourced. Let's see. Let's check this out, okay? And which of these are open source? So let's see. So Quen is mostly open source. DeepSeek is mostly open source. Okay. GLM is mostly open source. Kimi is mixed. Intern LM is fully open source. Mio is fully open source. Daobao is closed. Huanyuan is closed. Minimax is mixed, right? So open source means open weights, right? The neural network and parameters are publicly shared for developers to use and build upon. But the proprietary training data and computing clusters remain hidden. Obviously, they won't tell you all of that. But you can take the weights and you can fine tune them if you want. Right. Varinder Singh says blue collar trades in Canada. Government wants people in trades. It pays really good, but these jobs don't have any nice image back home. India, should this matter? Blue collar trades in Canada. The government of Canada wants people in the trades, right? Whether it is plumbing, whether it is electrician work, all that stuff. That's called the trades, right? Blue collar trades. Okay. The government wants people in trades. It pays really well. Of course, it pays well, especially in the West. It pays well. It pays well. But these jobs aren't glamorous jobs. They don't have a great image. But you can be a plumber and a millionaire in the West. You can. These jobs don't have a nice image back home as in India. Of course, in India, they don't have a nice image. So should this matter? It does matter. What is wrong with doing blue collar work? It is honest work, isn't it? It provides value to the country, to the society. It's honest work. It's valuable work. Without this work, the world doesn't work. Right? I mean, you need plumbers. You need electricians. You need all these people, right? Mechanics, car mechanics. And it should matter. It should matter. All honest work should be should be should be respected, should be respectable. Yeah, it should matter. But in India, you have this snobbish attitude of people. People in India have a snobbish attitude. People will ask you, what's your degree? How many degrees do you have? What are your qualifications? They will not look at what value somebody provides to society. They will judge a person based on their clothing and based on what kind of degree they have and with what sort of accent they speak English, whether they can speak English or not. That's how people silently judge others. So you look at a person, you look at what the person is wearing, you listen to the person speak. How does the person speak? Does the person speak English or not? And based on that, within a few seconds, you judge the person. That's how it is in India, and these attitudes need to change. It won't change unless we reform things in India, but it should matter. Yeah. Prathardana says, what was the Steppe hypothesis based on, since most archaeological sites were in the Soviet Union and West did not even have access to Soviet sites until the 1990s? So the Steppe hypothesis, there's been multiple hypotheses. There was the Kurgan hypothesis. There is the Steppe hypothesis. These hypotheses are based on illusions. These hypotheses are based on pure conjecture without any actual evidence. Okay. I mean, today we have access, the US and the West, and everybody has access to erstwhile Soviet sites in Central Asia, right? Sintashta, for example, and whatever else. So even if you have access to these sites, what new evidence is it thrown? So first of all, what is the Steppe hypothesis all about, right? The Steppe hypothesis is about hypothesizing the place of origin of the Indo-European people. Who are the Indo-European people? It's the people who speak the so-called Indo-European languages. These are all languages that are related to each other linguistically. Do you have words that are in common? The sounds, the pronunciations, etc., are different. Father, pater, pitar, pita, bhratar, bhrata, brother, biradar, mata, mater, mother, mère, madre, and so on. You see, these words are very similar. And it's not just a few words, it's a whole pattern all over the linguistic corpus. So since all these these far out geographical regions across Eurasia, they all have these similarities. Well, it makes sense that maybe there are the people who lived in all this who live in all this part of the world of Eurasia, maybe their ancestors were originally just one group of people. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, fine. So then the question is, where was this origin? Where did these people originate from? And since the narrative is controlled by the West, they said it must have originated either in Europe or Central Asia. And they misappropriated the term Arya from India. The word Aryan, they converted it to Aryan. The actual word is Arya, not Aryan. But they put an N at the end of it, Aryan. And they said that the Aryan race is the white race. And the original Aryans were white people who then invaded India and Persia and then became brown by mixing with the lowly natives, primitive natives. And that's how thing. So the step hypothesis is about answering this question, and the answer allegedly, I mean, as per this hypothesis, is that the origin was in Central Asia or Eastern Europe. It's based on nothing. It's based on fantasy. It's based on fiction. It's based on absolutely nothing. It's based on racism, actually, on a false sense of racial superiority. And the more evidence comes out that this is wrong, the more they double down on this. They will resort to all kinds of fabulous, fantastical arguments. It used to be the Aryan invasion theory. Then currently it's the Aryan migration theory. Later it will be the Aryan tourism theory, and eventually it will be the Aryan picnic theory. Right? So that's the whole thing. Okay, Somalia Paul says, big fan. Thank you so much. 4 years. You've been watching 4 years. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Somalia ji. So your LLM depth in last week's Q&A. Request: make an Ask Abhijit on LLMs show. No coding, just abstract. I'm a developing dev plus blockchain guy, pivoting to AI. Many fans need this. You are like Drona. Drona was okay. First of all, thank you so much. I am not the biggest fan of Shri Dronacharya, but anyway, yeah, he wasn't only because he was on the wrong side. Okay. He was on the Kaurava side. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you. So, you want to do an Ask Abhijit on LLMs, on AI. No coding, just abstract. Well, I don't mind doing that. I'll be happy to do it. Yeah. Next week won't be possible because next week I'm traveling a lot. I won't have the time to look through comments and select questions because that's the right way to do it. So we'll do it the week after that. So today is the 14th, right? Today is the 14th. Next weekend is 26, 27, 28. So we will do the weekend after that. I'll be very happy to do an entire Q&A on AI, on LLMs, etc. I'll be very happy to do that. I think India needs to know about these things. India needs to understand how AIs work, how machine learning works, how large language models work, how other small language models work. Indians need to understand what all these different terms are, what are weights, what are parameters, what are embeddings, what is distillation, and so on and so forth, all that. I'll be very happy to do that. So thank you so much for this really good suggestion. And I shall do this in 2 weeks' time. We'll do that. Okay? All right. I look forward to that. Thank you so much. Kakashi says, Dems are eco-imperialists / zealots. Reps. Okay, Democrats are eco-imperialists / zealots. Republicans are anti-climate. US policy swings from one extreme to another. Second, okay, that's a statement that you're prefacing the question with, I suppose. And the second thing is also a statement, actually. It's an observation, I think. Okay, it's a question. Why does India have so many wannabe American influencers? Wannabe American influencers. Well, Indians can only be Indian influencers. But Indians have lots of wannabe Americans, right? Who want to act American, sound American, look American. I mean, India has this entire industry of aping America. Whatever comes out of America will ape it, whether it's good or bad. For example, I'm not the biggest fan of rap music. I've never understood what's the appeal. But today, every Hindi song has a rap in between, rap. So Indians have this massive inferiority complex, and and that causes them to try and ape the West, ape the US, especially the US, right? So why does India have so many wannabe Americans and so on? It's because Indians have a massive inferiority complex. That's why. And it's not their fault they have it. It's the fault of the entire system that perpetuates this inferiority complex. The education system, the media, the entertainment industry, the media industry, your teachers, your educators, your leaders, everybody comes together and creates this entire scenario where you have an inferiority complex. And then that's passed down generation after generation. Right. Ashu Rajora says, is this awful ship incident also linked with FCRA? FCRA. I don't think it's linked directly with FCRA. The ship incident is about, showing India its place, putting India in its place by targeting ships, carrying Indian sailors in the Strait of Hormuz region. It's about it's about the US putting India in its place. So it's not directly connected with the FCRA, but of course the Americans are not happy that India has made amendments and changes to the FCRA law, and we are being more stringent about, especially when it comes to American donations to Christian conversion factories. Okay, so the thing in India is that the majority religion is what you call Hinduism, right? In Hinduism, we have no conversion, but the Christians believe in conversion. And that is an assault on our civilization and culture. And we don't do that, but they do it to us. So there is this asymmetry. And we are under no obligation to tolerate this BS. So I think the government of India is doing the right thing by amending the FCRA law and clamping down on all these massive donations, massive amounts of funds that flow into India to demographically re-engineer our population. And the Americans are upset about this. The Americans want every possible leverage that they have in India. They want to expand their leverage. They want to infiltrate India more. So it's all connected in some way or the other. Sure. Prataradana says, why did you stop Geostrategy and documentary style episodes? Can you explain what really happened? What really happened? So when it comes to Geostrategy, I did a few Geostrategy episodes, and every single video, not every single one of them, but most of them were getting demonetized by YouTube. So I took it as a warning to me by YouTube that you're treading on dangerous ground. You're talking about dangerous things. Don't go there. So I said, okay. Okay, that's why. Documentary style episodes. I used to make these 15-minute videos talking about various geopolitical things, what was happening in the world. Why did I stop that? It's because I fired my crew. I had a team of people who worked for me. I fired them. Okay. They were taking more than they were giving. So I fired them, and then I can't do all the editing myself. And so I know how to edit videos. I have edited videos, of course, but it became too much work. So I said, let me just relax and be lazy, kind of. Maybe it will return. I'm actually planning to bring this back, but not at that scale. I was doing one video a day. That's obviously too much for one person to do. But I can make one or two videos of that kind in a week for sure, because there's so much happening that I think my voice needs to be heard. So Geostrategy, that is not gonna return, but something else will return. Will make its appearance, and the documentary style 15-minute videos, those will reappear by the end of this month, but maybe one or two videos in a week, not 7 days a week or 5 days a week. One or two videos in a week. And I'll talk about things that are in my opinion, the most important things that are happening around that time. Okay, that's what happened. I hope that explains what happened. Positive Coffee says, after the Epstein files, it's hard to trust the system anymore. Okay. Corporate politics, jealousy, and corruption seem everywhere. I know business in India is tough. What's your advice on building real wealth? Okay, so after the Epstein files, it's hard to trust the system anymore. Well, which system are you referring to? The American system or the Indian system? I think all systems are like this. The Epstein files, they've simply blown the lid to some extent of what was really happening. What the Epstein files show you is what, unfortunately, Western culture is about. Elite culture. That's what Western rulers have been doing for centuries. This sort of behavior. Have you heard of Cesare Borgia and his sister Lucrezia Borgia and their father, Pope Borgia? Borgia. Not the only ones, right? There's so many like these, all kinds of nasty things. So the Epstein files, corporate politics, jealousy, corruption seem everywhere. Yeah, it's kind of, look. There's no system that has zero corruption anywhere, but depending on the system, you have corruption at different levels. In the US, it seems to be at the top levels, the levels of the so-called elites, the politicians and the rich, wealthy people, and all that. It doesn't really affect the ordinary people. They don't have to pay bribes or whatever. In certain other countries, you have corruption which runs the entire system, and every single person has to face corruption, and so on. It depends on the country. Business in India is tough. What's my advice on building real wealth? Look, I can only give basic fundamental advice. Provide value to society. Create something that provides value to society, and create that thing at scale. At scale. So if you create a product, let's say, that provides X amount of value to whoever buys it, then they'll be happy to pay for it, as long as the price is reasonable and the value they get out of it is worth it. So let's say you create a product that is valuable and you price it reasonably, then people will buy it. Now, if you can make only 10 of those products, then you can provide value to only 10 people. But if you can produce 100 of those, then you are providing value at a larger scale to 100 people. Let's say you can produce 100,000, 1 lakh, then your scale is much bigger. So if you can create something of value and manufacture it or deliver it at scale, then you will build real wealth. That's it. Kakashi says, I knew baboons is a Trump puppet. I have seen through that guy a long time ago when it was not fashionable to point it out. I see these things long before it's fashionable. I was calling out Starlink long before it was fashionable to call out Starlink. I've called out people long before it was fashionable to call them out. Baboons, I don't know if it's a Trump puppet. I mean, he was there even before Trump was president second time. Baboons, he pretends to be a friend of India. He is nothing of that sort. Okay? Baboons. Salvatore Baboons. He's an American who works in Australia or something. He's some kind of professor. And the Indian media loves him because, this white guy who comes on Indian media channels who calls him Salvatore Baboons Bhai and who says nice things sometimes about India. So the Indian media loves such people. Blind fools. So you said that I knew that Baboons is a Trump puppet. I remember right-wingers loved him because he said a few nice things about India. Indians are so incredibly gullible. Incredibly gullible. I saw through the guy right away, a long time before it was fashionable to point it out about him. Anyway, so secondly, in India, patriots speak for government. In India, they speak against the government like Tucker. No, there are a few people in India who will criticize the government when required, whenever it's relevant or necessary. Look, no government can do everything right. And if you support your country, wherever or whenever required, you should, if necessary, point out the flaws in the direction that is being taken. Right? And the government's job is not to take it personally. The government's job is to see, okay, there is this other point of view that's coming in. Let's take it seriously. Right? So you should support your country, not blindly support any government. And of course, we are lucky that we have the current government, right? And if you have seen the past, then you will realize how lucky you are. All right. Sai Charan says, why Taiwan media is negative on India? They want Seven Sisters split. I'll tell you something, okay? Taiwan, the government of Taiwan claims Arunachal Pradesh is a part of China. See, there's the Chinese government in Beijing, and there's the Taiwanese government in Taiwan. The government in Taiwan officially is still lays claim to the whole of China. And as such, they claim Arunachal Pradesh. So if you think Taiwan is our friend, please disabuse yourselves of that thought. Okay, Taiwan is no friend of India. Reddy says, only a righteous knower of the Vedas can be guru. Well, see, in today's age, today's world, maybe it's too stringent of a requirement. Let's say I want to learn mathematics and physics. And let's say there is a scientific gurukul which is focusing on science. What I would want is that the person who hopefully is a guru is really, really knowledgeable in all aspects of mathematics and physics and is a person of righteous behavior. I think I'll be fine with that. So that person is a guru in that specific domain, not a universal guru. But of course, in the past, during the Vedic age and even more recently, before the foreign occupation of India, a guru was somebody who actually knew the Vedas and so much more, right? Those are the standards we used to have. Today we can slightly possibly amend the standards, but what you are saying is overall absolutely correct. Yes. Aditi 12. Well, thank you very much, Aditi ji. Thank you. Kakashi says, why only Modi can give India electricity? Before, was there corruption, lack of will, lack of money, wrong policy? What was the deal? And secondly, Modi did not call Trump a friend in the latest tweet. Look, why did it take Modi to give India electricity? Right? Before Modi, why did the whole of the country not have electricity? Because the leaders simply didn't care. The so-called leaders simply did not care. You don't need a magnificent, all-powerful leader to fully electrify the country. Even a bureaucrat can do it, actually, if the bureaucrat has full power over the country. So the previous leaders simply did not care. So much of the country did not have running water. Today it has. Much of the country did not have access to cooking gas. Today it has. Electricity. Today it has. Toilets. Right? These basic necessities our so-called leaders didn't care about. Right? That's what it was. The leaders didn't care about these things. How many airports do you have in India today? Like 160, whatever the number is. You had half of it a decade ago. Even today, it's not enough. But okay, look, there's been tremendous progress in the past decade. So it took one man, Modi, to come and do this because he obviously cares. None of the leaders cared before him. Would you believe it? There's no other explanation. There's no other explanation. India could have been fully electrified in the 1960s if leaders at that time wanted. It doesn't take a genius to make that happen. They just simply didn't care. Maybe they liked India that way. Who knows? Maybe. Secondly, Modi did not call Trump a friend in his tweet. Yeah, Trump tweeted something about Mr. Modi becoming the longest serving Indian Prime Minister, my friend Narendra Modi, and something like that he said. And Mr. Modi did not, he reciprocated the tweet. He thanked Mr. Trump, but did not call him a friend. Obviously, Trump is no friend of India's. That obviously, it's pretty clear by now. Good, right thing to do. Krishanta Bordoloi says, we are buying 200 Russian aircrafts. Are we? I think the US will be more upset. Also, we are buying local drones worth $2 billion. Your thoughts? Also check our nuke policy. Are we buying 200 Russian aircrafts? Is India buying 200 Russian aircraft? Yes, India is exploring a major proposal to purchase and locally manufacture up to 200 Russian commercial aircraft to boost regional air connectivity. It's about civilian aviation, not fighter jets. Let's see. The Sukhoi Superjet, right? Sukhoi SJ-100, a twin-engine narrow-body regional passenger jet designed to seat under around 100 passengers. And Ilyushin IL-114-300. What's it look like? Okay, it's an Ilyushin. It's a fuel-efficient regional turboprop. Make in India production. The deal isn't just about buying ready-made planes. It involves a strong push for technology transfer and licensed local manufacturing in India. HAL is talking to Russia's corporation to assemble these aircraft domestically. And these smaller aircraft will connect. The primary aim is to provide more flights to smaller tier 2 and tier 3 cities in India, reducing reliance on Western aviation giants like Boeing and Airbus. The Indian aviation sector is expected to require hundreds of regional jets over the coming decades. Fantastic. Look, the Russians have been manufacturing aircraft for decades, like from before the Second World War. They manufacture really good quality aircraft. The question is this: SJ-100, right? What engine does it use? Does it use a Western engine? What engine does the use? Okay, those are two PDA turbofan engines. Fantastic. This is a Russian-made engine, so you don't need any. There's no dependence on Western engines or Western spare parts. I think this is fantastic. So using this smaller aircraft, you can connect the tier 2, tier 3 cities. Excellent. If the Russians have replacements for Airbuses or Boeings, we should go for those too. Russia is far more reliable than the West, right? So I think it's fantastic. Great. The government of India is doing the right things. We should also consider the Sukhoi 57 as a replacement for the Rafale if the French are being obstinate with their refusal to transfer the source codes. They should also look into that. Nuke policy, I'm not sure what has changed in our nuke policy. We allegedly have 190 nuclear weapons now. That's what the West claims. And we apparently have been doing submarine patrols with at least 12 warheads deployed. I think that just makes sense. Good. Excellent. So we have a full-fledged nuclear triad now that's active. Excellent. Brilliant. Good. Fantastic. Fine. Okay, Mandar Tendulkar says, why to swallow the pain of killing of soldiers? Why can't we boycott the US? Why can't we boycott US and EU companies from selling their goods in the Indian market? At least it'll hurt them financially. Love you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So why should India swallow the pain of killing of soldiers? First of all, those are not soldiers. Those are civilians, okay? Those Indian sailors aren't soldiers. They are civilians. This is the civilian shipping sector. It's called the merchant marine or merchant navy, but that's a misnomer. They're actually civilians. These are not warships. These are not naval vessels. These are commercial vessels that transport oil and other goods. So it's Indian civilians who have been murdered by the Americans. So what can we do about this? Can we put a ban on American and European companies selling their products in the Indian market? Well, let's consider what could happen if we do that. If we prohibit American and European companies from selling their goods in the Indian market, the Americans and Europeans will reciprocate, which means Indian companies will no longer be allowed to sell Indian products in the US or in European markets. That will be a disaster for Indian exporters. Okay, this Indian exporters, what kind of goods does India export to these nations, US and European nations? First of all, we export textiles, we export agricultural products like maybe fruits and whatnot. Okay, we export generic medicines, generic drugs. We also export IT services, cyber coolie work. So if the Americans and Europeans reciprocate by banning Indian exports, it will be a disaster for Indian exporters. Entire companies, corporations will go out of business. Their companies will be ruined. Right? It will cause a shortfall in India's revenue. It will quickly deplete India's foreign exchange reserves, which we need to buy oil. So these are the constraints India faces. It will hurt probably India more financially, because there's nothing that India exports that is invaluable. There's nothing that India exports that can't be sourced from somewhere else. For example, China exports 95% of the world's rare earth minerals. If China stops exporting that, entire industries worldwide will be crippled. So there is no alternative to China today, which is why China has so much leverage. What does India export or manufacture that the world can't do without? Nothing. Nothing. That's the unfortunate reality. So it will hurt India financially way more than it will hurt the Americans and the Europeans. That's the issue. India has not built up any leverage. That's the issue, unfortunately. Yeah. All right. Brandon says, hello, Sar. Just wanted to hear you say Sar. Here we are, Sar. Here we are. Okay. Kakashi says, we are no Vishwaguru, just a colonized country. We are a deeply mentally colonized country. And yeah. Journalists bending backwards to justify American strikes on Indian sailors. Yes. You will see journalists on social media and maybe on the news also. I don't watch news, so I don't know. Who are bending over backwards to justify the American strike on Indian sailors. Yes. Yes. Deeply mentally colonized country, deeply compromised, deeply infiltrated. Yeah. Indian journalists trying to justify what the Americans have done. And very prominent journalists, so-called journalists. Yeah. So what respect does India have globally? Not a lot. Not a lot. The global south looks up to Russia, not to India. Absolutely right. Russia has self-respect. India does not. Sadly. We are no Vishwaguru, but we love slogans. We are Vishwaguru. What Vishwaguru? What Vishwaguru? We should ban that word Vishwaguru. And the other word is superpower. Superpower. Vishwaguru. Ghost of Bonaparte says, you are not a guru, you are mon général. Forgive me for last week. What happened last week? So I myself said, I am not a guru. I am not a guru. Yeah? But I am your général, mon général. Merci beaucoup. Merci, monsieur. The phantom of Bonaparte. Merci. I don't remember what happened last week, so there's no issue. There's nothing to forgive. The Tsar found you. Okay. But I have returned from Elba to Paris now. Okay. So you are back from Elba. Able was I ere I saw Elba, right? The great palindrome. Shall we miga? We must miga. We must very much miga. Merci, le fantôme de Bonaparte. Merci beaucoup. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, there is so much hate against Indians on social media. Why don't we ban all American social media operating in India? The issue is we have no alternatives. See, the good thing about social media is that social media brought Indians together for the first time in 1,000 years. Okay? 20 years ago, most Indians did not even know that something called the so-called Northeast exists. If they saw somebody from the Northeast, they would say, oh, this person is Chinese. That was the level of ignorance of Indians. Today, at least everyone knows what everything else is. Right? Social media has given Indians the ability to converse with each other no matter where you are in the country or where you are in the world. It's brought India together for the first time. It's also exposed a lot of issues in India. Right? The social media has acted as a force multiplier for Indians. It's opened the eyes of Indians to so many things that Indians did not ever know about in the past. It's actually revolutionized life in India in so many ways. So social media is almost like a fundamental necessity for people today, right? It's like it should kind of be a fundamental right for Indians. If social media disappears, Indians suddenly will once again be isolated from each other, right? I mean, Indians have made friends with each other without ever meeting each other. Friends from God knows what parts of India, but you can talk to them in real time, communicate with them in real time, almost in real time, anytime you want, any day you want. So social media is that critical for India today. If you ban American social media, there'll be no social media in India. There'll be nothing. What alternatives do you have? Is there any French social media? I can't think of any. Russian social media, I don't know. What do you have? VK or whatever. Chinese social media, obviously, it's a no-go. The problem is there is no Indian social media platform. There was something called Coup in the past. It disappeared. It wasn't that good anyway. It was never given a chance also. So there's no Indian social media. That is the issue. If you ban American social media, you're done. That's the issue. So what India needs its own social media platforms. And I just don't understand why nobody has bothered to develop it. That's the issue. Prathardana says Shri Vembu backed startup has created or designed a 12 nanometer AI chip. But can India manufacture them, or will have to ask Taiwan, etc., to do it for them? Look, India has the best chip designers in the world. There's lots of Indians who work as chip designers. The best chip designs come out of India. But they are used to make foreign chips. Okay? Now, let me find out about this Sridhar Vembu 12 nanometer AI chip. Let's find out. Sridhar Vembu 12 nanometer AI chip. What's the deal? So Zoho CEO Sridhar Vembu is backing Netra Semi, a Kerala-based startup that has created India's first homegrown edge chip called the A2000. This chip is built on an advanced 12 nanometer node and was successfully tested in May 2026. It's an edge system on chip. It means it has an AI brain built directly into the hardware. You don't need internet. It runs AI tasks like processing video or detecting objects directly on the device without needing to send data to large distant cloud servers. It does heavy computer tasks while using less than 5 watts of power. Designed in India, fabricated by TSMC. Well, there you have it. Designed in India but fabricated in Taiwan. That's the thing. If you don't have the ability to manufacture things, then what the hell are you people doing? So I am not blaming Sridhar Vembu for that, obviously. It's not his fault in any way whatsoever. Yeah, India doesn't manufacture chips. We design chips and then foreign companies manufacture things. That is India's critical problem. Okay, that's a gap in India's sovereignty. Somalia Paul says India has become a joke. Today, news came that India became world DC hub, hosting foreign data. Okay, data center hub, hosting foreign data centers in cost of giving our water for foreign data. Why not host our data for Gmail and social media? Your views. I've said this so many times in the past few episodes that data centers. I mean, India should obviously have data centers for Indian data, right? Because Indian data should not go also outside of India. But India is completely transparent in terms of data. Every major corporation has access to as much Indian data as they want. Okay, whether it is the big American alphabet companies, AI companies, whatever it is, they have all the Indian data they need. So Indian data is routinely in real time transferred abroad. So I would say that we should have data centers for Indian data in India. I would say that Indian data should not be allowed to leave India. I'm not sure whether the government is mandating that or not. And we are becoming the world's data center hub. So we will host foreign data centers, which will require Indian electricity and Indian water, and not seawater, not salt water, but pure, fresh water, which will evaporate. Much of it will evaporate. So I don't think it's a great thing. It doesn't really generate employment. If it were to generate lots of employment, one could perhaps say that it's worth it, but it doesn't really generate employment. So I'm not sure what's the good of doing this. Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of this at all. Ghost of Bonaparte says, we are both willing to die for our country, and I already have. Okay. The earth shakes only when you're willing to do your continuous best for your country. Are you? I'm trying. One should do the best one can. Yes, indeed. All right. Varinder Singh says, is Onge and ASSI really same? Onge look Asian and small. There is no such thing as AANI and AASI. That itself is a lie created to divide Indians. Okay? That itself is a joke. It's part of the Aryan tourism theory. So the Aryan invasion theory has failed. Now they're pushing the Aryan migration theory, and they're inventing fantastical fake differences among Indians. AANI, AASI. If you read Narasimhan's paper from 2019, it's a joke. It resorts to time travel to justify AANI. Until 800 BC, steppe ancestry was female mediated. But ancient ancestral North Indians are still from 2000 BC. But until 800 BC, steppe ancestry was female mediated. But AANI is obviously patrilineal ancestry. It's a joke. Okay? And the Onge, I suppose the Onge are more related to the people of Myanmar than whatever. Yeah, so. Fast Snail says, would the US respond differently to China if their sailors were taken down? How would China react? Or US would never have done such a thing to begin with. The US won't touch Chinese vessels or Chinese people. The US won't do that. It can afford to do that to India because India is relatively much weaker and much more compromised. And if American soldiers were killed or sailors were killed, civilians were killed, the US would shake the world, would shake up the world and really punish the country that did that. So if 3 American sailors are killed, the Americans will attack an entire country for that. If 3 Indian sailors are killed, the Americans will resort to more threats, will kill more. That tells you the kind of power asymmetry you have. If the Chinese killed American sailors, the Americans would definitely take it very seriously and demand compensation, demand punishment for those who did this, and demand a major apology from China. And they would demand to see evidence that whoever did this has been punished appropriately in China. They would even demand that China hand over the personnel who did this. Yeah, so that's the deal. If Chinese soldiers or Chinese sailors were killed, how would China react? Very, very harshly. During the American war on Yugoslavia, when they broke up Yugoslavia, the Chinese embassy was targeted by the Americans, and the Americans were made to apologize to China for that. Let's figure this out. Did the United States, did the US bomb a Chinese embassy during the war on Yugoslavia? Yes, the US bombed the Chinese embassy in Belgrade during the American air campaign in Yugoslavia. They dropped 5 satellite-guided bombs on the embassy, killing 3 Chinese journalists and injuring 27 others. Massive outrage and protests across China, severely straining relations between Beijing and Washington. The US government apologized, claimed that it was an accident. And the US later paid financial compensation to China for the casualties and damage to the embassy. So the US is not going to apologize to India. It's not going to pay any compensation to India. India is no China. Okay. Okay, Piyush G says, I know the CJP has the Cockroach Party. I know the Cockroach Party has a dangerous agenda, but the frustration of the youth is real. Of course it is real. Of course it is real. The frustration of the youth is real. And they have real reasons and real causes for being frustrated. Of course. The Cockroach Party has its own agenda, but it is piggybacking on real issues. You see, it is exploiting real issues. The cockroach party. The cockroach party is a bunch of cockroaches. We know that. But they are exploiting real issues. So the frustration of the youth is real. I think the government needs to look out to solve the problems of the youth. Otherwise, these foreign assets can exploit that. I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. What else can I say? You're right. 100% right. Pradeep Kumar Roy says Plato's allegory of the cave in his work, The Republic, describes the person's journey from ignorance to enlightenment through Socrates. I read somewhere this led to the dawn of Christianity. Agree. You think Christianity is enlightenment? Christianity was imposed upon Europe through force, through brutality. That's not enlightenment. Plato's allegory of the cave in the Republic, it describes a person's journey, a person who is living in a world of illusions, a person who thinks that illusions are real, a person who thinks whose entire world is illusions. The person lives in a cave. Okay, the person lives in a cave, who was born in a cave, who has lived his or her own whole life in a cave, and the shadows on the wall of the cave is what the person thinks is reality. And then one day the person comes out of the cave and sees the real world. And the person is not alone in the cave. There's a whole bunch of other people who live there. And they all think these shadows are the real world. So one person goes out of the cave and sees the real world, and then comes back to the cave and says, hey, you all need to come outside. The real world is out there. And they think that person is crazy. That's the allegory of the cave. So it's about enlightenment, from ignorance to enlightenment, all that. It has nothing to do with Christianity. Okay. In my opinion, of course I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So I disagree. Positive Coffee says after the Epstein files, it's hard to trust. I took this question, didn't I? I took this question a while ago. I think it's returned somehow. You're interested in FNB. What is FNB? FNB. FNB. What is FNB? Food and beverages. So the advice I gave, it's relevant to food and beverages. It's relevant to any industry. Provide value, create something of value, and provide that at scale. And if what you're providing is genuinely valuable, you're going to do well. All right. All the best. Positive Coffee. All the best. Kakashi says, I'm supposed to believe ministers care about the future of the country when their kids and families live and enjoy beef abroad. You raise a valid point, sir. You raise a valid point. Yeah. These are real frustrations of people. The Chinese, they have a term for such officials. They call them naked officials. And the Chinese government has mandated that if you want to be in a high level position in the government or in the Chinese Communist Party, you need to either bring back all your family to China or step down, or you will be made to step down. I think the Chinese government is doing the absolute right thing. Because if you have high ranking officials whose family, whoever they may be, whose family is abroad, whose family's future lies abroad, then how can you expect those officials to serve the country, to care about the country? How can you expect those officials to care about the country when their offspring, their family are foreign citizens? It's a valid question. It's a valid point. Whoever those officials may or may not be. Yeah. Secondly, how is healthcare in Cuba so good? Cuba has high standards. Cuba cares about its people. Any country can have good healthcare. Iran has far better healthcare than India. And basic healthcare is free for all Iranians. Any country, if it has high enough standards and if the leaders care about their people, can have such wonderful things. Right? Fast Snail says, how is Israel not answerable to anyone? They can do anything and get away. Secondly, can India use their influence to have US improve their relations with India? Okay. How is Israel not answerable to anyone? It's because they have the unlimited, unconditional support of the United States. The United States is the world's most powerful nation by far. And Israel has the unconditional support of the US. That's why Israel doesn't have to answer to anybody. It's as simple as that. I really admire Israel for making this happen for themselves. It's an admirable thing to do. To have acquired the unconditional support of the most powerful nation on the world, the actual empire that rules much of the world. So it's admirable that Israel has been able to make this happen. Admirable. So then the question is, can India use Israel's influence to have the US improve the relations with India? No, India can't. India can't. Israel, the answer is simply India cannot. Israel will not help India with this. How is it in Israel's interest to do this? How? A nation only does what is in its interest. Geopolitical interests are self-centered, selfish. How does it help Israel in any way to go out of its way and tell the Americans, be nice to India? What does Israel get out of it? You don't do anything geopolitically unless you get something out of it. Israel gets nothing from it, right? And if India is under pressure from the US, maybe it helps Israel in some ways, maybe directly or indirectly. That way they can get more business from India or whatever. Possibly, potential. I'm just saying. That's also a possibility. So India can't use Israeli influence to have the Americans improve their relations with India. Not going to happen. Let's see if I'm wrong. Okay? Let's see. Not going to happen. The Menace says, is causal dynamical triangle similar to fem on S-T? Causal dynamical triangle similar to fem on space-time, I think. ST is space-time, is it? What is fem on space-time? Fem. Fem on ST. If ST is space-time, what is fem on space-time? I am very sorry, sir, the Menace, but I'm not able to fathom or figure out what you're saying. What is a causal dynamical triangle? Is it triangle? What's a causal dynamical triangle? Let me find out. Causal dynamical triangle. Causal dynamical triangulations. A mathematical framework in physics that attempts to explain quantum gravity. I really haven't looked into this. Renate Lal, Jan Ambjorn, Jerzy Jurkiewicz. Yeah, we know the problem. Solution building a quantum universe. CDT builds space out of simple flat geometrical shapes. Okay, interesting experiment. Okay, causality. Time to flow in a specific direction. Interesting. Okay, I haven't looked into this. What are the predictions of this model? Glued together. Key discoveries: classical universe emergencies, dynamical reduction, space shrinks onto 2 dimensions, digital space. Interesting. I actually will look this up, but I haven't looked into it so far, so I can't say. Interesting. Causal dynamical triangulation. I shall certainly look into this. This sounds interesting. Maybe I shall play around with that mathematically. I don't mind doing that. Okay, thank you so much. This is very interesting. I had not looked into this, but I shall. Thank you. Critical thinker Yeti says, starting my research studies at IISc Aerospace. Fantastic. No, you have also been in science research field. Your advice for me to be best in my field, do's and don'ts. Okay, so you're starting your research studies at the Indian Institute of Science in aerospace. That's an applied field, aerospace engineering or aerospace whatever. Yeah, it's an applied field. Um, so what is my advice for you to be best in your field? Do's and don'ts. Well, since you are joining the IISc, it means you have your fundamentals down properly. So I don't know to teach you, advise you to work on your fundamentals. It's good. You can't get into the IISc without having the fundamentals right. So, what are the do's and don'ts of doing research? Well, one practical advice I'll give you is that don't pick some huge unsolved problem to do research in. Keep it, keep the problem. It should be a genuinely new contribution, whatever problem you choose, but it should be manageable, feasible within a certain time frame. Right? That's number one. Secondly, how do you do research? You do original work based on your knowledge, your understanding. Advice for you to best to you need to have good relations with your guide, with your teachers, professors. You need to have good relations with them, with your peers. Right? This is all practical advice I'm giving you. If you get all that right, research advice, follow your gut. I would say, follow your gut. Let your passion drive you. I mean, for me, research has always been about passion. If you are doing research in a field that you are genuinely passionate about, then there's nothing better than that. You can get fully immersed into that. What else can I tell you? To be the best in your field. How can you be the best in your field or in the top 1%, let's say? First of all, you need high intelligence, which I'm sure you have because you're in the IISc. You need to have, have that. Secondly, you need to understand your field thoroughly, not just the basic fundamentals, but what research is being done by others in the field. Right? Yeah. Understand, get the lay of the land. What's the research landscape like right now? What, in whatever field it is, aerospace, what research is being done in Europe? What research is being done in France, in Germany, in Russia, in China, in the United States? What are people working on? What's the cutting edge of the field? And what kind of dent can you make in that? And much of the research, I suppose, is open source. It's available online, hopefully. You look into that and then you try and do a little bit better than that, improve upon something. That's what you do. That's what you do. So you need to know what everyone's up to. And you need to have an intuitive understanding of where the gaps in the field are. What are the things that need to be done in this field? What are the others not looking into? Then you pick that, but don't make your first research project a huge research project in some kind of insurmountable problem. It should be sizable, but not too big. And make a dent in your field. That's what I would say, sir. Don'ts are very simple. The basics. Don't argue with your superiors, and don't just maintain good relations with everybody that matters in your department. That's what I'd say. All right, critical thinker, do well, sir. Do well. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, we all know how electric charges behave, but what causes charge to exist in the first place? Well, charge exists. What's the origin of charge? What's the origin of charge? Well, I wonder. What's the origin of charge? Well, the same question can be asked in a different way. What causes mass to exist in the first place? Well, the mechanism for mass is the Higgs mechanism. Okay. Fundamental particles that interact with the Higgs particle, the Higgs boson, they acquire charge, or they acquire mass. Okay. And the more strongly a fundamental particle interacts with the Higgs boson, the more massive it is. So that's the mechanism, the Higgs mechanism, roughly speaking, for mass. Now, how do particles acquire charge? How do particles acquire charge? That's a good question. It's a very fundamental question. Where does charge originate? Mass and charge. Charge, where does it come from? Which mechanism is responsible for charge? Is there a Maxwell mechanism? Maxwell's moving charges give you currents give you magnetism and all that. But what exactly is charge? It's a fundamental property of particles, I suppose. Where does it come from? Interesting question. Interesting question. What causes charge to exist? I think obviously it's a fundamental property of particles. But where does it come from? Yeah, it's a good question. You have me stumped right now over here, briefly. I'll get back to you about this. It's a good question. Where does charge come from? Is there a mechanism that causes charge to exist? You would have to delve into quantum chromodynamics now. Quantum electrodynamic classical. Interesting. No, quantum chromodynamics is not the answer. Quantum electrodynamics is the answer. Okay, quantum electrodynamics. Where does charge come from? Scattering, propagators, electrons and positrons, Green's function, scattering problems, integral, strong fields in atoms. Okay, electron positron scattering, Klein-Nishima-Bremsstrahlung. Interesting. I'll have to get back to you about this. Why do we have positive and negative charges? That's also a good question. That is associated with what you've asked over here. You don't have positive and negative mass, as far as we know, but you have positive and negative charges. Okay, I will get back to you about this. This is a very good question, indeed. A very fundamental question. Roshan Panigri says, if India diverts water from the Indus and the rivers, will the Pakistanis import tissue paper from the US or China for post nature's call? Okay. Maybe China can provide it, or maybe the US. Maybe. Ghost of Bonaparte says, I won many battles, but ultimately lost the war. Yet I am still loved and fated, and I am an inspiring figure, both in heaven and on earth. Please explain why. Why is Napoleon Bonaparte, despite eventually losing, why is he still loved? Why is he still fated? Why is he still an inspirational figure, both in heaven and on earth? Why? Why? Because he embodied greatness. Maybe flawed greatness, but greatness, no question. One of the greatest military strategists ever. One of the greatest generals of all time. You could say, you can speak of Bonaparte in the same breath as people like Julius Caesar, Alexander of Greece, Genghis Khan, Subutai the Valiant, Napoleon, Ataturk. These are some of the people you speak about at the highest level. And definitely Napoleon is one of those. So he was a brilliant strategist, brilliant tactician, brilliant general, brilliant commander, brilliant leader. His only flaw was hubris. His flaw was that he had this tendency to bite off way more than he could chew. His flaw was that he wanted to conquer the entire world without the means to do that, right? Without the infrastructure to do that. So these were his flaws. He was way too ambitious, but he was still a great man. Great man for sure. Yeah. So yeah, a tragic hero with his flaws. Yeah. And what eventually brought him down was that he was permanently sleep deprived. So yeah, that's why he's still loved and fated and considered to be an inspirational figure. Pratardana says, benefits of research and development. DRDO has successfully tested NASAM-MR missile, and it's powered by ATGG turbojet engine. It uses tech that came out of the Kaveri engine. Let's check out this specific missile. Okay, it's called the NASM-MR missile. So, naval anti-ship missile medium range. Medium range anti-ship missile. Naval anti-ship missile medium range. ANI. Well, let's see what ANI says. India joins elite group as DRDO showcases BMD ballistic missile defense NASM MR tests. Multiple critical technology. This is from yesterday. This news, right? Okay. So we have a multi-layered ballistic missile defense system. Okay, we have that. Fine. And the maiden test flight of the naval anti-ship medium missile medium range was also successfully carried out. Major milestone. And okay, but it doesn't tell you about the engine. So it's a turbojet engine. Okay, that's interesting. DRDO, right? DRDO and DRDO NASM missile engine. What's the engine? ATGG engine. So what's this engine? Advanced turbogas generator engine. So it's a lightweight, compact turbojet engine. Obviously, it's going to be a lightweight engine. It's built by the GTRE. And obviously, it's going to be related to the Kaveri engine. Yeah. So definitely, we're doing good stuff. Good stuff. Definitely catching up with the best countries in the world. Excellent. And these are the benefits of R&D. You invest time and money and resources into R&D, and you're going to get some good outcome from it. So overall, fantastic. Yep. Kakashi says, why in 2019 Modi asked Trump to meet in Kashmir? Really? Let's see. Did Modi ask Trump to mediate in Kashmir in 2019? I am very doubtful. Absolutely not. I'm very doubtful. Or Trump claimed that. US President Donald Trump has said Indian Prime Minister Modi asked him to mediate. BS. I call BS. No, hasn't happened. Okay, second. In 2020, experts said that Xi will ruin China and Trump will MAGA. Well, experts are experts who are wrong. Xi hasn't ruined China and Trump hasn't made America great again. So the experts are wrong on both counts. Okay. Thirdly, how did previous Indian governments keep India not vassalized? Well, in the 20th century, India was kind of not quite a vassal of the USSR, but very much on the USSR side, very dependent on the USSR. India was very dependent on the USSR in the 20th century, but the USSR did not want to totally vassalize India. The USSR did not want to make India a complete vassal state, satellite state, but they had infiltrated allegedly India to a significant extent, allegedly. And they allegedly had alleged assets, allegedly in India, at alleged high positions, allegedly. One has to say allegedly multiple times. So yeah, that was the case. And in the 21st century, I am sure various Indian officials allegedly are very fond of the US. I'm not saying leaders, but officials at least. So that's been the case, right? India was very much on the side of the USSR. You could almost say US is a vassal. Not quite. If the USSR had wanted it, it would have happened, I suppose. Yeah, that was the deal. India has always been this nation that has been dependent. See, after 47, Indians had a slave mindset. Okay, huge inferiority complex, slave mindset. That the West is superior, we have to serve some Western master. Right? Indians were used to serving the British. So then that mindset has continued for a very long time. Yeah. Reddy says, what will happen if the US attacks India like Iran tomorrow? India will lose. Right? India will lose that conflict. India doesn't have tens of thousands of ballistic missiles, as far as I know. India doesn't have hundreds of thousands of drones of various kinds, as far as I know. If India does build up this arsenal over the next 3 years, then the US will be defeated by India if it attacks India the way it has attacked Iran. So if India builds up an arsenal of, let's say, 50,000 missiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, etc. See, first of all, you have to ask yourself, if the US attacks India, how will it do it? It will have to send a naval force, right, to attack India. In that case, ballistic missiles won't be that relevant unless those are ship-killing missiles. So what India would need is an arsenal of tens of thousands of BrahMos missiles, essentially unlimited BrahMos missiles, and hundreds of thousands of drones. So you launch a simultaneous salvo of, let's say, 10,000 drones and 2,000 BrahMos missiles at the flotilla. You win. It's a question of quantity. The BrahMos already has the quality. So all India needs is drones and missiles at scale. You have that, you'll defeat anybody who comes. Anybody. Today, India loses. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, why do planets orbit instead of falling towards the sun? Why is angular momentum conserved? Well, I mean, Noether's theorem, conservation of various quantities in physics. So it's because of the properties of physics, because that's why you have various quantities that are conserved. Okay? Energy is conserved, momentum is conserved, charge is conserved, angular momentum is conserved. You have conserved quantities because of symmetries in nature. Noether's theorem. Now, why do planets orbit instead of falling towards the sun? Because that's how physics works. Okay? See, mass is not a vacuum cleaner. It doesn't just suck things in. There is equilibrium. So what exactly is orbit? What is an orbit? Let's keep it simple. Is here. Let's say this is a planet. This here thing. Let's say it's the Earth. And you want to put a satellite in orbit around the Earth. So have you seen rocket launches? Rockets, they don't go straight up, right? They go up for a while and then they start going in one direction. That way. That way. Why do rockets start going sideways? Because they want to put something into orbit. What is orbit? Orbit is essentially falling constantly without hitting. A satellite that's in orbit is constantly falling towards the center of the Earth, but it keeps missing the Earth. Right? It's trying its best to fall to the center of the Earth, but it's got this forward momentum that ensures that it keeps missing the Earth. And that's an orbit. You're constantly falling. Now, of course, orbits do decay. So the Earth is like that satellite in orbit around the Earth, but the Earth is in orbit around the sun. Right? So it's just basic mechanics, Newtonian mechanics. Which is why. So it's because the Earth has this momentum that takes it in a direction that is essentially perpendicular to the direction line you could draw between the centers of masses of the Earth and the sun. That's why Earth orbits. Otherwise, it would fall straight into the sun, or maybe not so straight, but it will fall into the sun eventually. Otherwise. Okay, Kakashi says we should have hybrid socialist market economy like China, not full socialism like the USSR or full capitalism like the US. I agree with you. We should have our own hybrid system. Should be our own system, which is tailor-made for the Indian economy and Indian society. The Chinese have done a great job of hybridizing socialism with capitalism. Yes, it's a socialist market economy. You're right. That makes way more sense than socialism for the USSR, which caused misery and poverty for people, and capitalism for the US, which is predatory and exploitative, not just of people, but also of the environment and of the planet and the planet itself, the resources of the planet. So I agree with you. We should have a hybrid system. We should learn from China. Yeah. Secondly, last May you said Pakistan will divorce the US for China. Do you regret? I have never said such a thing. I said Pakistan will divorce the US for China. I have never said such a thing. What? You must have heard something wrong. If you can provide me which episode it is, I can look into the transcript. Transcripts are available on demand on YouTube now. I have never said such a thing. Impossible. Come on. You must have misheard me. I'm sure. Shanwuda. Thank you very much, Shanwuda. Thank you. Kakashi says, attitude seems to be bigger, better things to focus on, like getting Trump to like us and trade deal, than some poor random sailors dying and ruining things. Look, you know what? I'm pretty sure the government of India is not happy about this. I'm sure the government of India does care about its people. I'm sure the government of India is furious that our people have been killed by the Americans. But the government of India also recognizes that we are small compared to the US. You're tiny compared to the US. And the US has all the cards, it has all the leverage. We have no leverage over the US. There's nothing we can do to force the Americans to either apologize or to pay compensation or whatever. The Americans are in no mood to do that. The Americans are right now engaged in putting India in its place. And we have not built any leverage over the US. Right? We've had 10, 12 years to do that. We have not done any of that. The assumption seems to have been that we will depend on the US and we will grow our economy because the US needs us against China. That seems to have been the working assumption, which was completely false, completely wrong. So that's actually what is likely happening. I'm sure the government of India cares about its people. I'm sure they're furious, but there's nothing they can do about it. Shan Vuda says, the US waiver wasn't permission for India to buy Russian oil. It allowed US and global insurers to cover Russian oil flows. Besant's tweet was political. I am not sure which tweet you're referring to. He tweets all the time. So the US waiver wasn't permission. The US has no business giving waivers to India or permission to India. The US has no business giving permission to India to do something. India is a sovereign nation. Russia is a sovereign nation. India can trade with whoever it wants. India can buy oil from wherever it wants. The US has no business telling India where to buy oil from and where not to buy oil from. It's as simple as that. The US can give waivers to whoever it wants, but it has no business giving waivers to India. But that's technically. Practically, the US is so powerful, it can make life very difficult for India. That's why India kind of has to abide by certain things. Yeah. Rajat says, how are you? I'm great, sir. Thank you. Your thoughts on India deploying 12 nuclear warheads? I'm sure India has deployed way more than 12 nuclear warheads or various delivery systems like missiles and aircraft. But what you're referring to is this news that's come from the West recently, that India has operationalized the third leg of its nuclear triad, which is the submarine submarine leg of its nuclear triad. So we have deterrence patrols that are already ongoing. And this report claims that India has deployed 12 nuclear warheads on its nuclear submarines. So what are my thoughts? My thoughts are that I welcome this. I am pleased to hear about this. Kirma Dahir says, 3 ships attacked by the US, 3 Indian sailors dead. Instead of apologizing, US warned us not to cross the US blockade again. Correct? I spoke about this multiple times today. How to deal with the situation? There is no short-term solution to this situation. This situation has arisen because India is comparatively much weaker than the US. India has no leverage over the US. The US is way more powerful than India. Now imagine the situation where India has 300 warships at its disposal that can be actively deployed at any time. Not total 300 warships, including those that are being refueled, refitted, or are being repaired. I mean, imagine a situation where India can deploy operationally 300 warships at any given time. So India fills up the Indian Ocean with Indian warships everywhere. They're always on patrol, at least 300 at any given point in time. And they carry missiles and whatnot. In that situation, will the US do such things? They'll think twice or thrice before attempting something like that. Hard power matters. If you want to be respected, you must have hard power. We have not invested in that. The Chinese started churning out warships like sausages, like samosas, beginning in the 1990s. They have a larger navy than the US today. The US will not dare do such a thing to the Chinese. India doesn't invest in hard power. That is why these situations arise. How to deal with the situation? Invest in hard power. Invest in hard power. India should have the ability to deploy 300 warships at any given point in time in the Indian Ocean. And each warship should have a large number of missiles, anti-ship missiles, anti-ship defense missiles, and so on. Apart from that, India needs to have a massive arsenal of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, anti-ship missiles, and hundreds of thousands of drones. Then let's see how other nations behave. We haven't invested in these simple things. That's the main issue. That's how you deal with the situation. The solution is maybe 10 years in the future if we start working on these things now. Where does respect come from geopolitically? It comes from fear. Has India done enough to make nations fear us? We haven't. Oh, we want to be friends with everybody. That doesn't work. That's not enough. Okay, VS says, good to see you, sir. VS says, what's your opinion on Elon Musk becoming a trillionaire? Good. My opinion is that it's good for him. Good for him. He's worked for it. He deserves it. Am I his biggest fan? Maybe not his biggest fan. Do I dislike him? Not necessarily. Good for him. He worked for it. He earned it. All right. Next, do we think we will catch up with America when it comes to AI, not English chatbots? We can. Will we? I don't know. We only have one company, AI company I can think of that's doing anything of notice, of note. That is Sarvam. Sarvam has built what seems to be a sovereign AI. Is it the world's best AI? It's not. It's not the world's best AI. But at least they are doing something. They're doing something. It's a decent AI, I suppose. I've not used it. I've not tried it. I've not tested it, but I think I've heard it's a decent AI. Good. If you want to catch up with the US, it means you have to have frontier models at par with Mythos, or at least Gemini. Are we working towards that? I'm not sure. For that, you need the hardware. You need all the GPUs. You need to be able to invest hundreds of billions of dollars, not $30 million. Right? So it's difficult to see this happening anytime soon. Like real capable AI models, frontier models, not the English chatbots. Anybody can build that. You can distill a decent model, or you can just download the weights and fine tune a little bit, and you're good. That's not enough. Yeah. So Mary Kane says, question about Google Gemini. To fix credit and time issues, could a short-term gurukul model like a summer math or space camp work for immersive learning of concepts like kinematic degrees of freedom for age 9+? Okay, to fix credit and time issues, could a short-term gurukul model like a summer camp, let's say 2 months, math or space camp, would that work for immersive learning of concepts like kinematic degrees of freedom for age 9+? Yes, it can work. Say typically summertime, when it's holidays, the kids don't want to be in a learning camp, but let's say there's some kids who are willing to do this. It'll be great for them. A 2-month immersive camp, math and space. Will it work? Of course it'll work. You can learn a lot in 2 months. You can learn a lot of the basic, fundamental, deep, profound concepts, which are the simplest concepts. What are degrees of freedom? Understand that. Understand that through illustrative examples now. Once you understand the fundamentals, the basics, then everything else flows from there. 2 months is plenty. for understanding fundamentals. Then you can do it once a year, that sort of thing. A 2-month immersive gurukul model. It certainly work. It will certainly work. Right? It's actually a great idea for kids who are up for it. A lot of the kids will want to, run around, play, not have anything to do with studies or books or whatever. But some kids they're passionate about learning, so it will work for them. So yeah, it certainly is an interesting idea. A 2-month gurukul, immersive, 24/7 essentially. Not all the time you're studying, but essentially it's a learning environment. I think it's a great concept. I think it certainly can work, very much so, for the right kind of students, right? Very interesting idea, Mary. Very interesting idea. Prateep Kumar Roy says, why our universe governed by matter, energy, space, and time be perfectly describable by continuous mathematics, calculus, differential equations? God? Why? We don't know, but it is. Okay? So what is mathematics? Let's ask that question. What is mathematics? Mathematics is simply a means of describing abstractly the patterns and regularities that we observe across the universe. That's what mathematics is. Okay? You are trying to describe in abstract terms, in the simplest possible way, the patterns and regularities that we find across the universe. So that is mathematics. And mathematical tools and techniques are invented, but mathematics is discovered. So that is mathematics. So now why? So mathematics essentially is the language of physics. Once we understand that fundamental premise. So why is the universe? Why can it be described by mathematics? Does that indicate that there is a God? There is a God. Maybe it indicates there is a God or gods or whatever. Or maybe it indicates that there is somebody who programmed this whole thing. The great programmer. Maybe it's somebody who programmed this into a simulation. Yeah, so we don't have the answers to these questions, obviously. We are inside the simulation or inside the universe. We don't know what's outside of it. We can't say or deduce who made this, or if somebody made it at all. These are the big questions we can't answer right now. Ashutosh Malgaonkar says, how do you grow when under containment? Heat waves in India, containment. Obviously, there can't be a war. So how does one covertly still grow? You get the fundamentals, you get the basics right. How do you grow? So heat waves in India, is it containment? I don't know about that. India is too large to be put under a heat wave completely. A smaller nation, like let's say you have means of creating artificial weather conditions, okay, heat waves or whatever. Maybe you can do it using maybe radars or whatever, like is alleged. You can do it in some contained small geographic regions. You can't do it across a whole subcontinent. So heat waves, it's just the geography most likely of India, not containment. Now, when it comes to the main question you're asking, how do you grow when you are being contained? So, for example, the United States has this policy of now containing India, containment policy, like it has for China as well, right? So what do you do? How do you grow? You fix the internal issues. There are so many issues within India that keep India contained, that hamper India's progress and growth. Right? You fix those issues. You make it easier to do business in India. You cut down the red tape. You cut down the bureaucracy. You tame the bureaucrats. You deal with the so-called alleged corruption. You do that, India's growth will jump. Right? So that's what you do. Then you focus. You double down on manufacturing. If the US is making it difficult for Indians to export, manufacture for Indians. Manufacture for the Indian market. build more infrastructure, build more machines, build chips, everything, all these things India itself needs, right? You can grow your economy just by consuming internally and manufacturing for yourselves. There's so much India can do. It's not that we have to keep exporting and we have to keep trading to grow. That's a slave minded approach, that we can't grow without being dependent on others. That's the wrong model. You can grow by consuming, by manufacturing and consuming internally. There are so many ways of growing. So it's not like India is doomed if the US is now trying to contain India. Absolutely not. The government of India needs to look into these avenues. Absolutely. Harshay says, should we take some good things from Abrahamic cults like converting, grooming, etc. if we want to stay in the game for long term? Is this the only way? No. Then you are no longer who you are. Grooming, absolutely not. Converting. You see, look, if someone wants to, there's no conversion in Hinduism. There's not some ceremony that happens and then now you're officially Hindu. No, it's not like that. If someone wants to be Hindu, all they have to do is practice Hinduism, and you're a Hindu. There you have it. There's no official conversion, baptism, whatever. Should you promote Hinduism, Hindu values, all that? Yeah, sure, we can do that. Nothing wrong with that. But grooming, absolutely not. Converting, promote your culture. That is what we can do. There's nothing else good about the Abrahamic ways of doing things. Okay, I am Panda BT. Says, did Russia avenge its Afghan war loss on Pakistan? No. Not the case. Okay, Sukal Life says, do you think Sadhguru Jaggi was Deva? Do you think Sadhguru Jaggi was Deva? Is being targeted with directed energy technologies, leading to his recent hospitalization. Difficult for a lifetime yogi to be ill. I have no idea. I am not even aware that he was hospitalized. He was Deva. Directed energy. I don't know. I am not even aware that he was or is. I have no idea about the hospitalization. So I won't be able to answer your question. I don't have any idea about this. Right? Ghost of Bonaparte says, Mon Général, henceforth MJ. Your stalled YouTube growth route to them, gone to their India office, racism, your plan B, streaming platform of if YouTube explodes. Yeah, the growth is stalled. Did I write to them? No. I have not written to them. Have I gone to the YouTube office in India? I have not done that. Racism, I don't know. Plan B, we shall see. We shall see about that. Okay, we'll see. One doesn't disclose everything openly. We'll see. But thank you for being concerned about this. Thank you so much. Akshay YN says, what's your opinion about Osho Rajneesh? I think he was a fascinating person. I think a lot of what he said made a lot of sense. There was a lot of wisdom to what he said. I think that his movement was taken over by this lady. It was hijacked by this lady who ruined everything. I shall not take her name here. Or should I? Sila. That's the lady. So I think Osho's entire movement was hijacked by this lady and ruined by her. I think there was a lot of good in him, a lot of profound wisdom in what he said. That's what I think about him. And a lot of weird stuff also, I suppose. A lot of weird stuff as well. But maybe there was a reason for it. I'm not sure. Kakashi says, democracy is instability. Policy U-turn every 4 years. Absolutely right. Democracy is inherently unstable. Yeah. Democracy is not suitable for large countries, especially for civilization states. Not suitable. Or you can have a hybrid system with some form of democracy, but not complete, absolute, utter democracy. It's chaotic. It's terribly unstable. It's the last thing any civilization needs. So I agree with Kakashi here. Prajwal says, it frustrates me to see that Indians are adopting Western culture in terms of clothing, fashion. I'm not against it, but not the Western style like civic sense, etc., which is very important. Well, actually, civic sense is Indian in origin, but we have completely lost it. Indians were the most civilized people. You could not build a civilization like India without having civic sense. If you see the ancient Indian metropolises from what 5,000 BC, 5,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Rakhigarhi, etc., etc., etc. You think these people did not have civic sense? They had the best civic sense, our ancestors. But we have lost it. Our standards are gone. So it's not a Western thing. It's currently Western, but originally it was Indian. Every Westerner who traveled to India came back, went back super impressed by Indians. Right? So yeah, it's frustrating. We have lost it. And the West has that today. And we are not trying to learn from the West. We're not trying to. We're just aping all the bad things. We're all aping all the cringe, trashy cultural elements. Yeah, we're just trying to superficially be Western. Oh, we are so cool. Look, I have rap songs and Hindi music. Look, I do stand-up comedy just like my idol in the West. We're just superficially trying to ape the West. Very superficial behavior. So I agree with you. It frustrates me too. It does. Sukalp Life says Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev was hospitalized due to a brain ailment. Is it possible he is being targeted with directed energy technologies? A lifetime yogi does not get these types of ailments. Okay, so he was hospitalized due to a brain ailment, brain issue. Is it possible he's being targeted with directed energy technologies? I don't know. I don't know. I would rather not want to speculate about this. I have no idea. Do directed energy technologies exist? I suppose they exist. But can they specifically affect somebody's brain? That is a little hard to achieve. I'm not sure. So I would rather not speculate about this. I suppose anything is possible, but I would not speculate about this particular matter because I don't have any information. Right? If I have some information, I can share that, but I don't have any information, so I can't say. Sorry. Ghost of Bonaparte says, Mon General, is the Rafale deal actually on or off? I think it's kind of between on and off. Right? I'm sure there are plenty of Indian bureaucrats who would love to get this deal done, but it is not the best thing for the nation. So I think it's kind of not signed. It's not finalized yet. So it's somewhere between on and off right now. The French are being obstinate. I understand why they're doing that, but then India should think about it because it's not in India's best interests to buy an aircraft that you can't control completely. Yeah. Okay, Rano Nahapana says, who started the popular Kalchuri Chedi era calendar? I don't know. Who started? I don't know. Kalchuri Chedi Samvat. Okay, what is this? The Kalchuri Samvat, also known as the Chedi or Abhira era, is a historic Hindu calendar system that began in 248 CE, 248 AD. It was widely used for centuries across central and western India in inscriptions by dynasties like the Kalachuris, Gurjar Pratihars. Oh, really? And the Solankis of Gujarat, Chalukyas. King Ishwar Sen, apparently. Okay. Initiated by the Abhira king Ishwar Sen. This era is a significant dating system used by various dynasties across Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Madhya Pradesh. Okay. Mahishmati in the Narmada Valley. Kalachuri to Kalyani. Okay, very interesting. I did not know about this. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Harsh Sharma R says, what's your view on army colonial uniform changes? Has something changed? I'm not aware of army's uniform changing. So the Indian army originates in the colonial era, of course. The names of various regiments originate in the British occupation era, or in the era of the British occupation of era. The Chetwode code, whatever it is, that originates in the time. What is the Chetwode code? Chetwode code. Chetwood Motto, Indian Military Academy, core values of the IMA. We still have it, which actually, it's not a bad thing. It's actually makes a lot of sense, but whatever. So colonial uniform changes. I don't think any uniform has changed in India. Has the army uniform changed? Is the Indian army changing its uniforms? Yes, it's overhauling its dress code under a new manual called Army Uniforms 2026. We are going to shed colonial era symbols while modernizing for Indian culture and comfort. Close neck bandi jackets are now authorized. Civilian, who cares about civilian wear? New winter dress, uniform dress 3B, standard battle jackets are being introduced. Removing colonial accoutrement, ceremonial pouch belts and all that. Carrying swords optional. Women's uniform. Female officers. Okay, we have female officers. Sober colored saris, kulta salwar, etc. What's it look like? Dress A, B, C, D, etc. Old and new. I think India is gonna be copying the US style, US uniform style. It looks like it, to some extent at least. Anyway, I think it's a good move. It's a good move. Reforms. I always welcome reforms. Good. Fast Snail says Pentagon raised threat of Israel spies in DC. Yeah, I heard about that. I read if US backs out of the Persian Gulf, Israel might go en route. So best to keep war in warm heat. Thoughts? I will not speculate about Israel potentially taking the nuclear option if the US backs out of the Persian Gulf. I don't know about that. I am not privy to the inner thoughts of the Israeli leadership, so I can't speculate about that. But yes, I heard this thing about Pentagon raising threat of Israeli spies in Washington D.C. So look, the fact is that every nation spies on other relevant nations. Every nation, every serious nation, every competent nation spies on other relevant nations of interest. If you are not spying on relevant nations, you are incompetent and not deserving to be taken seriously. Okay? So every nation does that. And the US is obviously a major nation, the most important nation of interest for Israel. So it makes sense for Israel to have intelligence gathering in the US or intelligence activities in the US of various kinds. And as such, it makes sense for the Pentagon to be aware of that. So there is nothing surprising about this from my perspective. That's my thoughts about this. Yeah. Yeah. And about the other thing, I can't speculate, unfortunately. Can't. Beckenbauer says, were the LTTE a foreign funded movement? Yes. Yes. Funded by the West. Was India wrong in the case of intervening there? Tamils were our people, still we fought against them. India was right to push for peace in Sri Lanka. That was necessary. Even the Sinhalese people are our people, right? Even the Sinhala people are our people. Whether it is Tamils or Sinhalese, they are our people. They're not ethnically, culturally, civilizationally different from us. They are our people. So India was right to desire peace in Sri Lanka. But the way it was done was a completely botched operation. If you want to send a peacekeeping force to Sri Lanka, you should send professional peacekeepers like paramilitary forces, police forces. See, let me give you some examples of paramilitary forces in India. Paramilitary forces are not part of the Indian military. They are police forces. CRPF, CISF, Assam Rifles, and so on. BSF. These are actually police forces. They are not part of the Indian military. They are police forces who wear special uniforms and have certain weapons that your standard police doesn't have. That's paramilitary forces. And their job is to do these things, peacekeeping and so on. It's not the military's job to do peacekeeping. The military's job is to do war. So you send the military, whose job is to do war, to do peacekeeping operations, and don't even give them proper mandate. See, where does the military excel? Where does the Indian army excel? You give them a specific mission. You go to this place, you do so and so thing in so much time, and get out. That's what the Indian army will do brilliantly. Or you go to so and so place, do so and so operation, hold this territory, and stay put. And destroy anybody or anything that comes in your way. The Indian army is brilliant at that. But if you tell them, go and sit there, and you are not allowed to fight, then what happens? It's a disaster. So that's how the entire IPKF mission was botched by the government of India. Okay. So yeah, that's the thing. Tamils are our people, even the Sinhalese are our people. I don't say the Sinhalese differently. Was the LTTE a foreign funded movement? 100% foreign funded. Absolutely foreign funded. Multiple Western nations, yeah, who had no business interfering in our affairs. Okay. Devadatta Biswas says, thoughts on Ram statue construction in Garibanda, Bangladesh being paused due to extremists. I am not aware of this, but if it's the case, that's unacceptable. Let me see. Ram statue construction in Garibanda, Bangladesh. So what's the deal? Bangladeshi authorities recently suspended the construction of a massive 82-foot Lord Ram statue at Sri Sri Radha Govind and Kali temple in Gaibanda's Palashbari Upazila. This project was halted following intense protests and pressure from local Islamist groups. The statue was being built inside the Sri Sri Radha Govind and Kali temple complex in the Gaibanda district in northern Bangladesh. So what is their issue? It's being constructed inside a temple, right? Okay. So this is another example of the extremism and intolerance that is spreading across Bangladesh. Very disappointing to see. And I call upon the government of Bangladesh to behave more responsibly and democratically. Allegedly, Bangladesh is a democracy, will behave properly and allow your citizens to practice their religion. That's what I would say. So it's very, very disappointing. Okay. Adhokshaj says, can you talk about autonomous subs and frigates? So you can have various kinds of autonomous weapons and weapon systems that can be used in the military. So for example, you can have missiles that operate autonomously, fire and forget. And it will have a system of its own, a brain of its own, a chip that will take inputs from satellites or whatever. It will have its own inertial navigation also. It will be able to evade attempts to intercept it without human intervention. So that's an autonomous system. It knows what its job is. It will do whatever it takes to get there and do the job. Similarly, you can have cruise missiles that do the same thing. You can have drones that are autonomous kill vehicles. Yeah. And similarly, you can give similar abilities to underwater vehicles and surface vehicles on the seas. So autonomous submarines. So maybe it's a hunter-seeker submarine, or maybe it's just an observational submarine. A small thing, maybe 6, 10, 12 feet long, with just patrols. It's told that you are supposed to patrol in so-and-so area for so-and-so time. And it's given a map of the undersea, the subsurface topography and all that, so it doesn't collide into anything. It will have a sonar, and it will know how long it's supposed to patrol and what it's supposed to look out for. You can have basic AI systems or chips or whatever in it. It does that. So that's a non-lethal vehicle that just does observation, intelligence gathering, keeps an eye on the activity that's happening in the region, right? Kind of traffic that's passing through. You can have lethal systems which can hopefully identify whether the target is a friend or a foe. and possibly launch torpedoes or possibly do a kamikaze mission. So this is a very secretive world right now. Okay, there are multiple nations that have autonomous submersibles, but the capabilities and intents are classified. But yes, one can think of various ways those can be used. They can be used for intelligence gathering, they can be used for patrol and surveillance, and they can be used for lethal work as well. Right? That submarines, frigates are surface vessels. Now, frigates typically won't be autonomous because it's a large vessel and you can have humans on board. So it's typically submarines that are autonomous. Frigates, I'm not sure about that. Autonomous submarines are indeed a thing. They're typically smaller than your conventional manned submarines, right? Because you don't need any human presence on board, so you can compactify the whole thing and make it as small as necessary or as small as possible. Okay. Rich Blaze says dinosaurs dominated the world for about 200 million years. The event of meteors striking the earth at the right time was also a great filter of intelligent species, question mark. Yeah, you could say that these impact events are also a filter. We're talking about the great filters, which we discussed yesterday in yesterday's live stream, right? The great filters are a plausible, possible explanation of the Fermi paradox. The Fermi paradox is a very simple question: where is everybody? If the world has so many, if the universe has so many stars, 10 raised to 23 stars, then why haven't we found any evidence of aliens? Why haven't we been contacted or found some signal that indicates alien life? Because aliens should be plentiful out there, right? So the answer, one of the plausible answers is that there are great filters that prevent civilizations from progressing beyond a certain point. And we discussed some of the great filters yesterday. And a meteor strike, not a meteorite strike, asteroid strike, or a comet strike is also a potential great filter. But once a civilization becomes advanced beyond a certain level, it can also prevent that from happening. We still aren't there where we can prevent a meteorite strike or comet strike, but we're almost there. We can do it with given sufficient warning, maybe 6 months or whatever. We can probably do that. So I would say it is also one of the great filters. Yes, at least at the initial levels of development of a species. Yes, indeed. AJ here says, staked in the country, got to keep family in country. I would say, yeah. If you want to staked in the country, are you referring to the naked officials? I would say, if that's what you're referring to, in that case, I would say yes. If somebody wants to officiate or serve or rule in the country, I think it's a good policy to have that their families should be within the country. Makes sense. Yeah. So maybe the government of India should perhaps consider that. Perhaps. Just a humble suggestion. Okay. Ghost of Bonaparte says the Indians ran e-gauntlet by running the blockade without permission from the US. They also hid in the engine room, knowing that's always a target. Are you suggesting that the US was right in doing what it did? How does anyone know what the target is? I mean, are you supposed to evacuate the engine room? You may need some engineers there to operate the thing or whatever. Are you suggesting that the US was right in doing what it did? Are you suggesting that India should take permission from the US for doing civilian activities, which it has always been doing? I'm not sure what you're trying to say here, sir. Okay. Somalia Paul says, respect Indira's decisive leadership in the 1971 war and internal security in Northeast despite her flaws. Are you referring to 1966? Okay. Appreciate Modi's infra and security focus. Want leaders who combine both with development plus iron hand. I would agree with you. It would be ideal to have a leader that combines both of these characteristics, sets of characteristics. I would say yes. Yeah. Yes. Utsav Oja says, can you fund Can you fund my jaw surgery? Don't want my family to fund it. I want to apply for modeling as a career and want to be self made. Will return it later. I'm not sure if this is a joke or a real thing. If you are serious, well, look, you should never ask anybody for funds if you can provide the funds yourself or your family can do it. That's never a good idea. I'm not even sure if you are being serious. You want to be a model and you want to have jaw surgery so that you look better. I don't know what to say. It looks like a joke to me. You want surgery so that you can be a model to improve the shape of your jaw. And you think this will make you a self-made person. I'm going to pass on this question. Or it's whatever it is. This is not the place. This is not the platform for that. All right, sir? Vinay says, if there are 10 crore illegals in India, even kicking 30,000 illegals every day, it will take 10 plus years. Considering no one comes back, can we even do it? You are right. See, when we think about it logistically, 10 crore is 100 million. 100 million, right? So if you divide, let's see this, okay? Divide 100 million by 10. So you're gonna get 10 million, right? Okay, 10 million. So it means that if you want to evict 100 million in 10 years, you do evict 10 million every year. Divide 10 million by 365. What do you get? It's about 30,000 per day. You are absolutely right. Can India evict 30,000 illegals per day? You know what? India can. I'll tell you how to do it. You don't have to do anything yourself. You just make it impossible for them to stay in India. You cut off their sources of income and support. They are illegals. They don't deserve to have that. All you do is see, why are the illegals thriving in India? Allegedly. Not allegedly, truly. Why are they thriving? Because they're able to make money. They're able to support and sustain themselves. They have networks that support them. They are doing jobs. They are earning money. If all that dries out, they will go back to their country. So you do cut off the support systems and you to make it impossible for them to make any money in India. Okay? That's all you to do so that they can go back to their countries. To their countries. Yeah. Make it impossible for illegals to thrive or live in India. That's all you have to do. Then they will voluntarily go back. More than 30,000 per day will go back voluntarily. That's what needs to happen. Okay, Rajat says, please explain MOND, which tries to explain dark matter. MOND is modified Newton gravity, modified Newtonian dynamics. Look, if you want me to explain without equations, what I can tell you is that, see, you have Newtonian mechanics that is all based on Newton's theory of gravitation, right? The inverse square law of gravitation. F is equal to minus G m1 m2 upon r squared. That one, right? So that is the Newtonian gravity. That's a Newtonian model of gravity. Action at a distance, force. Okay. So what modified Newtonian dynamics does is that it modifies the equations. It modifies the shape of Newtonian gravity, essentially. And that actually kind of can explain, to some extent at least, dark matter without having to introduce cold dark matter or some invisible particle or some unknown particle. It does explain the curves, okay, the gravitational, the galactic rotation curves and all that. So that's what it is. It's a modification of Newtonian gravity. That's what modified Newtonian dynamics is. Somalia Paul says, also one more unfair request for the 2 weeks after AI live stream. Can you make it 6 hours long? First, you teach us in fun way. Next part, SC. These days I'm already doing this like 4-hour plus live streams. 6 hours. We'll see how long it lasts. Okay, what I will do is this. I'll first take a bunch, like 15-20 questions that are asked in the comments. Hopefully, people will ask questions about AI. And I'll take as many of those, 15, 20 of those. Okay. And hopefully those questions will be illustrative enough that I can explain things. And then I'll take live chat, super chat questions, and we'll see how long it lasts, how long that goes, right? We'll do it that way. And if that doesn't cover everything, we can always do more in the future. So I'll start with one like this. All right? Okay. Prateep Kumar Roy says almost all US fast food chains are present in Israel except Starbucks. Something fishy? I avoid Starbucks. By the way, I always look at Israel for signs. Okay, I have no idea about this. Something fishy? I don't know. Almost all US fast food chains are present in Israel except Starbucks. Let's find out. Let's check that. Does Starbucks have a presence in Israel? Does not have a presence in Israel. They left due to tough competition from established local cafes and ongoing operational challenges. Oh, fascinating. Why is there no Starbucks outlet in Israel? Failed quickly, company dissolved, unable to compete with Israel's strong locally rooted cafe culture, faced persistent operational difficulties, different consumer habits, poor market strategy. I'm not sure it explains, but maybe it does. Okay, so I don't know. Something fishy, I have no idea. I wasn't even aware of this. You always look at Israel for science. Okay, maybe it's a smart thing to do, perhaps. Okay. Rajat says, what are right-handed neutrinos? Well, they are the opposite of left-handed neutrinos. Neutrinos. Yeah, that's not my field actually. Particle physics. What is the deal? So we have we have several generations of neutrinos. If you look at the standard model, we have muon neutrinos, electron neutrinos, and tau neutrinos. Okay, these three generations of neutrinos you have: electron, muon, tau. Three, if my memory serves me right. I'm not a particle physicist, by the way, but yeah, electron, muon, and tau, three kinds of neutrinos. And for the longest time, it was believed that neutrinos are massless. The longest time. Then, just in the past couple of decades, of probably in the last 2 decades, it was discovered that neutrinos actually have tiny masses, and they probably have chirality, which is handedness, which is a property, but it is described as handedness. And there is some property that is different. And that's why we have left-handedness and right-handedness. And neutrinos can change their handedness, which is called neutrino oscillations. That's what I can tell you. I haven't really worked in neutrinos or looked into it, so I can't say beyond that. Let's just double check about the generations of neutrinos. Which are the no, not three generations. Which are the generations of neutrinos? Right? Three non-generations, right? Electron, muon, and tau, and so on. And then you have neutrino oscillations. They can change from one. Yeah, okay. Right, so that's what I can tell you. Handedness, there's two kinds of handedness in the. Yeah, okay. Godliness says, aren't large Western data centers in India a sign of confidence Western allies have that they can manage the Indian state and keep their digital gold safe? Also, nice shirt. Thank you so much. Love the print. Thank you. It's an Indian print. See, by Indian. So, Western allies. India doesn't have Western allies. They like to use the term ally, but they actually want it to mean vassal. We don't have Western allies. We have Western partners in various things. Partnership is okay. In business, you can have partnership, but they're not allies in any way whatsoever. So the Western nations aren't our allies. They're partners, sure. Many of them wish us well, but some of them don't. Many of them wish us well. Some of them don't. So, large Western data centers in India, is that a sign of confidence that they can manage the Indian state and keep the digital gold safe? Kind of. You would not build data centers in a country that you can't rely upon, right? a country that is your competitor or rival, you would never put your data centers there. If you build data centers in a country, it means that you are confident that this country is not our rival and can be and is reliable. So the West will never build data centers in China. They will never build data centers in Iran or Russia or Belarus. But they'll build data centers in Japan if required, if in South Korea, in India, in Europe, in the Gulf, and so on. So they are reasonably confident that we can manage these countries, and these countries are reliable for us. That's what it means. Vinay says, which software do you use or prefer for dictation? It's Whisperflow. This is not an ad for Whisperflow. You asked me that, so I'm telling you, it's Whisperflow. I'm sure there's more. There's more. But I use this one. Okay. Rashik says, when will Chavda uncensored with viewers air? I am already uncensored. I am as uncensored as I can be. This is as uncensored as I can be. I can't be more uncensored than this. Okay? You see who I am. You see the real me. I have done hundreds, perhaps thousands of hours of live streams, right? So you see who I really am. Nobody can act or pretend to be something else for hundreds of hours. So what you see is the real me. It's as uncensored as it can get. Of course, there will be some things sometimes that I obviously can't speak about. Obviously, you can't say certain things. So that's always going to be there. That will be there in real life also, right? But overall, this is me uncensored with you all. That's what it is. Okay, Beckenbauer says, the English World Cup team got robbed in Kansas. Even underwear gone. Imagine that. The US is really showing the world that who really is the third world. No, the US isn't the third world. What does third world mean? It means poverty, low standards, corruption, etc. Essentially, it means poverty and low standards. That's what the third world means. Third world. Poverty and low standards. The US isn't poor, but wealth doesn't bring you culture and manners. And I'm not trying to stereotype Americans as being uncultured and ill-mannered. I'm not saying that. But you have... See, the average American is loud and brash and all that, right? And standards have declined in the US too of late, in the last couple of decades, right? There's plenty of people who are borderline illiterate and so on, right? So, yeah, so England has had a bad experience in the US. They got robbed. And if you have a team that's participating in the World Cup, can't you provide adequate security? Or does the US think it doesn't have to provide security to anyone because it's so great? So there are issues in the US. I mean, they denied visas to several officials. It's really, really arrogant behavior on the part of the government of the US. Yeah, so yeah. Okay, next question. Ghost of Bonaparte says, way too ambitious is better than way too content. I would agree with you. Yeah. Way too ambitious is better than way too content. I must agree. I overall agree in principle, at least. It's better to be ambitious than to be unambitious. Right. Jigish Shukla says, thoughts on defense relationship with Japan. Look, Japan is one of my favorite countries. I am very, very fond of Japan. I'm very fond of the Japanese people. I'm fond of the way they have managed to somehow keep their culture going and somehow keep going despite being under foreign occupation since 1945. Right? I'm very fond of Japan. But Japan is an occupied nation. Japan is not an independent sovereign nation. And as such, Japan's leaders, no matter how well-meaning they are, they answer to the government of the US. They answer to the United States. The US is the master, Japan is the servant, it's the occupied nation. And as such, there is no long-term future in a defense relationship with Japan, between India and Japan. As long as Japan it is forced to serve American interests. Okay? That's my views. That's my thoughts. Ghost of Bonaparte says, MIGA is make India great again. MIGA. China. Make India great again. Yes. Make India great again. Agree. Piyush G says, everyone sees the term Epstein in the Epstein files. Again, smart propaganda by the media. The powerful and the rich got off their hands and pointed all the blame on one person. Yeah. I can't disagree too much with you. Put all the blame on one guy. I'm not saying the guy is not to be blamed. Of course, he's to be blamed. But Epstein wasn't the issue. Epstein served people. He served the rich and the famous. He was just a servant. He was simply a service provider. He provided what they wanted. He was simply a servant. Right? But who were the consumers of his products? That's the issue, right? So they've put all the blame on Epstein, who was obviously a monster, but they've put it all on him because the biggest monsters are still out there, free. You're right. I agree. Piyush G says, of course, he was a monster, but what about the others? Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly. Rajat says, can our Arundha radar detect stealth fighters? I don't know what the Arundha radar is. Let's find out. What is the Indian Arundha radar? Arudra. Why is there a H there? Arudra. Rudra is Rudra. Why is there a H there? Rudra. Okay, the Indian Arudra radar is an indigenous state-of-the-art medium power radar designed by the DRDO and manufactured by BEL. It's built to detect, track, and classify airborne threats. It provides 4 dimensions of a target: distance, angle, altitude, and speed. Phased array technology, long range detection, IFF system. Okay. I'll tell you what, it can detect stealth fighters to some extent. Yes. Can it pinpoint stealth aircraft? No, it can't pinpoint them, but it can detect them. Okay. Kakashi says, Indian experts are emotional, not serious, logical, rational, factual, honest. They say every day China will have economic collapse, and they copy paste Western headlines because they dislike China. I can't argue with you or I can't disagree with you. Okay? It's a fact. They're not experts. Look, you have to understand the difference between an expert and a journalist. Then you have to distinguish between an expert and a newsreader. In India, newsreaders become experts somehow, or they're portrayed as experts. And even these people who are actually supposedly experts, no, people who are regarded as experts. So there's a difference between somebody who's actually an expert and somebody who's regarded as an expert. There are lots of people in India who are regarded as experts who have no expertise of any kind. They're clueless. They're clueless. There's a bunch of experts out there on YouTube, okay? I'm not, first of all, pointing anybody out or naming anybody, but I'm saying there's a bunch of people who are regarded on YouTube as experts. Every day is a new master stroke. Every day is a great defeat for all the enemies. Every new video is some huge victory for India. They're misleading the people. Okay? They're misleading everybody. They're just, milking the audience, essentially. That's what they're doing. And then you have the Indian media that just copy pastes Western headlines. So you are right, obviously, overall. I can't disagree with you. You're right. Okay, Sujit Shanagonda says, who do you cheer for, Alex Pereira or Cyril Gane? Pereira. Why do they say Pereira? It's Pereira, right? Whatever. I will, if I had to support one of these two gentlemen, I would support Alex Pereira. I like the guy. He's great. He's awesome. Bipul Singh says, is listening to books the same as reading them? It's not. No. So when you're listening to books, first of all, you're listening at the speed at which a person can speak. I read way faster than somebody can speak. I'm a very, very fast reader. Personally, I'm not trying to boast or anything. I'm just saying personally, my thing is that I read very fast. So if I have to listen to a book, I'm like, get to the point. Come on, make it faster. That's what I feel. I'm too impatient. And look, there are certain books where one page can take you half an hour, depending on the density of the information, how new it is, and how complex it is. But overall, I read fast. So, and reading is a whole different. I'm sure it lights up different areas of a brain compared to listening. So, in short, listening to books is not the same as reading them. It's not. Kakashi says, why in the West leaders speak about other leaders or countries? People call their leaders names. Why in West leaders speak about other leaders or countries? People call their leaders names. She never talks about Modi. Is different cultural sensitivities. Yeah, culturally, the West and the East are different. The West and China are very different. And I would say Xi Jinping is a different kind of leader from the Western leaders, from Trump, for example. Right. And the good thing about for Xi Jinping is that he doesn't have to take press conferences where people ask him difficult questions. Right. Some leaders are really fortunate that they don't have to face press conferences and take difficult questions. Xi Jinping is one of those fortunate leaders, right? So that way everything is scripted. He doesn't have to take the names of other countries and other leaders unless he specifically wants to, and he typically does not. You will find Vladimir Putin at times taking difficult questions, and he speaks about other countries or leaders if needed, if he is asked a question. Trump speaks about everybody and everything. So it's obviously a difference in cultures and other things as well. Different cultural sensitivities, yes. And Xi Jinping also wants to project an image of being more dignified, of being more in control, all of that. So it's different factors, right? Indeed. Ghost of Bonaparte says 1 out of 3. Do you realize that your and Indians' comical mispronunciations of English words, tire instead of tear, is colonial Britain's final joke on India? So my comical mispronunciations of Indian English words, tire instead of tear. Look, I choose to pronounce things the way I like. I don't care whether you find it comical or not. I will say vassal. I will not say vassal. I won't say vassal. I can say vassal if I choose to, but I choose to say vassal. I have my own way of saying things. And I don't care if somebody finds it comical. I don't care about someone's opinion. It doesn't matter. It makes no difference to me what someone's opinion is. All right? It makes no difference to me whatsoever what someone thinks. Secondly, who corrects these? Language teachers. Who's the ultimate English teacher? The Brit. They did not correct how the natives spoke to mock them. I'll tell you what. For me, English, the language, it's not something I'm fond of. It's something I use because it's the most widely spoken language, sadly, currently in the world. It's the language of the former occupier. It's the language of the former oppressor. Okay? It's a tool for me. A tool which enables me to spread to communicate what I have to say worldwide. That's why I choose to speak in English as opposed to speaking in Hindi or whatever. I can speak in Hindi as well, but I believe that what I have to say is important, and that's why I want it to be understood by as many people as is possible across the world. And that's why I use the English language as a tool, not because I'm fond of it. I believe, I have said this multiple times, that English is a burden on India. India should reject English. India should replace it with Sanskrit. And if Indians speak English badly, outstanding. More of this, please. It's not our language. We don't need the British to teach us anything. The British can go suck a lemon, right? And if the British want to mock India, who the hell cares? What is Britain today? How does it matter? It's insignificant. All right, Ghost of Bonaparte. Piyush G says, what's so special in China? Neither fully communist nor fully democratic. There's nothing democratic about China. But it's not a communist nation. It's an imperial system. They are reverting to their old ways. What's wrong with that? I welcome that. I think good for China. Still better than the US and way better than India. But still not the best. They brought down US to its knees. On the other hand, we couldn't demand a simple apology from the US on Indian sailors' death. So what's so special about China? China has hard power. China has leverage. That's what's special. They have standards. Standards, hard power, leverage. Hard power as an economic and military power, and leverage like proper leverage. To get somebody by the cojones kind of leverage, right? That's what China has. That's what India doesn't have. It's as simple as that. And they have high standards. They have self-respect. They don't worship the West. They don't worship the West. They don't have an inferiority complex. They have leaders with self-respect. I'm not saying we don't have leaders with self-respect. Don't put words in my mouth that way. But you get the point, right? That's so special about China. That's how China is different from India. Okay, Anomalize says, West is facing a huge problem of illegal immigration. Why is the West doing this to itself? I don't have the answer to this question. Maybe I should get somebody from the West and ask these questions. I did ask this question to, I think, to Velina Chakarova. Not sure I got a precise answer to that question. I don't know why the West is doing it to itself. Maybe the West is ruled by aliens who want to destroy the West. Maybe there's been an alien invasion surreptitiously. Maybe that explains it. Okay. Empty Box says, thanks for the positivity. Do you do any spiritual practices? Do I do spiritual practices? Well, what's a spiritual practice? I don't really do spiritual practices as such. Yeah. I, of course, am very, very fond of my culture and civilization. I respect it to the greatest extent. But spiritual practices as such, I'm not sure I do that. Yeah. Okay. Piyush G says, was the Tiananmen Square incident in China, all those students protest, an attempt by the US to bring so-called democracy in China and vassalize China? Probably it was, yes. Probably it was. Probably it was American interference or an attempt by the Americans to interfere in China. Most likely it was that. But obviously that doesn't justify the Chinese government massacring, I don't know how many students, whatever it was. Right? So, yeah, terrible, very bad thing for China to do to its own people. But yes, it was American, most likely American interference in China, most likely. Yeah. Jellyman says, tell in very deep what would have happened if the Maratha Empire did not exist. Well, if the Maratha Empire did not exist, then the Mughal kingdom or the Mughal, so then the Mughals and the Turks would have ruled India for a little while longer, and they would have been defeated by the British. Okay, but the Mughals were already on their way out. The Mughals had already lost their standards and they were crumbling. The Mughal so-called empire emperor, the so-called Mughal emperor, was emperor of a small house in Delhi. That's it. He had no authority outside. So the Maratha Empire was inevitable as such. But if it did not exist, then the British would have taken over anyway. Right? Okay. Rajat says US CENTCOM just posted on X saving 14 Indian sailors. Yeah, but you killed 3, so go to hell. That's what I would tell to them. Not to you, Rajat, but to them. Yeah, they're trying to repair the damage to their image. Yeah, okay. Makes no difference. Pradeep Kumar Roy says the US government issued an export control directive blocking all access to Anthropic's most advanced AI models, Fable 5 and Mythos 5, for foreign nationals. Possible causes: too advanced, danger to society. So look, it wasn't 2 models. Fable 5 and Mythos 5 aren't 2 different models. Fable 5 is the public-facing version of Mythos. Mythos is the most advanced AI model Anthropic has made thus far. And Fable is a version of Mythos 5, but with certain security guardrails. So if you ask it questions about nuclear physics, if you ask it questions about biotechnology, if you ask it questions that could be attempts to distill the model, then it automatically downgrades to a lower capability model automatically. So you open the chat window or whatever, you're talking to Mythos and you ask certain suspicious questions, it'll automatically change to not Mythos, but whatever the Anthropic Claude model is below Mythos. That's what it was. So Fable 5 and Mythos are the same thing, but Fable 5 is a guardrailed version of Mythos. And Mythos isn't available to anybody except for whoever the US government has decreed. Not even all Americans don't have access to Mythos. Only a few Americans have access to Mythos, the full Mythos. But Fable 5 is the one that was made available to the world. But after 3 or 4 days, the US government decreed that Anthropic should not allow non-US citizens to access Fable 5, even those who are living in the US. So if you are on a H-1B visa, if you are on whatever else, you can't access Mythos, even in the US. So what's the causes? Too advanced. And possibly can be jailbroken, which means that you can inject certain chains of prompts to the model that will make it shed its guardrails and give you the information you're seeking. If you prompt it in certain ways. So for example, let's say you want to know how to manufacture a very nasty drug. Let's say crystal meth or whatever, okay? Hypothetically. So if you ask it, how do you synthesize crystal meth? It's going to tell you to go to hell. It's going to say, I'll report you. So you don't do that. You ask it for a list of various chemical reactions. What are the classes? What class of chemical reactions this process comes under? So you ask it a question that involves a bunch of chemical reactions, including the one you're looking for. So that's the first step. So it'll list a bunch of chemical reactions. Then you ask more leading questions, and then you somehow trick it into giving you the thing. That's the kind of thing you do for jailbreaking and all. So allegedly, you could jailbreak Fable 5 in certain ways. So that's the excuse the US government has given to block access to Fable 5 for non-US citizens. But the point is, look, it's an American model. Am I complaining? No. It's an American model. The US government has the right to do whatever it wants. Why is the world complaining? If you have an issue with that, why don't you develop your own models? Right? So I would say that the US government is fully within its rights to withhold American models from the rest of the world. What's wrong with that? It's absolutely right. Yeah, they have the right to do it because it's theirs. So yeah, it's very advanced and it allegedly could be jailbroken. That's why. Austin Joseph says, looking at 12 years of present government, in which areas as a country did we succeed? And in which areas are we found lacking and could have done better? Thank you. Great fan of yours, Austin. Thank you so much, Austin, first of all. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So if I were to give a brief summary, yeah, Not a very lengthy summary of the past 12 years. And what have we done great at? What have we succeeded at? And what are areas of improvement potentially? Right? So we have the government of India has brought hundreds of millions of Indians out of extreme poverty as per the World Bank itself. Hundreds of millions of Indians have been brought out of extreme poverty. That's a fantastic achievement. Imagine the difference it has made to the lives of hundreds of millions of Indians. Secondly, electrification of India. Almost every part of India is now electrified. Electricity is available to almost every Indian now. Almost every village in India has been electrified. Almost, I would say 99.9%. At least 99%. That's a massive, massive leap forward, isn't it? I'm not saying it's 24/7 electricity, but electricity is available, which is better than electricity never reaches. So it's a massive leap. Water. Drinking water is now available to almost everybody. Cooking gas is now available to almost everybody. Huge leaps forward. Everybody now has a bank account. With even if it has zero balance, you have a bank account. Imagine there were millions of people in India who never had a bank account. Right? So these are some of the things that have happened, which are fantastic. And then the massive construction of infrastructure across India. We have doubled the number of airports in India, at least doubled, probably more than doubled. We have constructed tens of thousands of kilometers of railway lines, huge, highway construction all across the place. So these are some of the things that are going to serve India for generations, right? So these are things that in which the government has done incredible service to the people in the nation, right? The way we have taken a complete hardline approach against terrorism, you have to commend that. Terrorism was a fact of life for India before 2014, almost a daily occurrence. Now, if somebody does terrorism, you know what we do, right? So that's great. Reintegrating Jammu and Kashmir, at least on paper, with the rest of the country. Great job. Now we need to operationalize that on the ground. So there's plenty of positives. Okay. Overall, this is the best government we've had since 1947. Where have we've been lacking? Make of India isn't really a success. Hasn't really taken off. We should ideally have become at least a decent manufacturing power by now. That's not happened. The over reliance or the assumption that we will partner with the West and grow our economy as a consequence, that's not really worked out. The US approach to India has completely changed. So there is that. Ease of doing business, it can certainly improve, right? So education hasn't been reformed. my constant refrain. Education is still as trashy as it was. Low hanging fruit, for example, tourism and culture. India is a cultural superpower in waiting, but culture has been reduced to a sideshow in India. Kuch cultural kar do. That sort of culture is now fancy dress in India. That's sad to see. Okay. Our culture is the oldest and the greatest in the world, isn't it? And tourism, India can be a tourism superpower. But we simply have completely neglected tourism in India. There's plenty that can be improved. But overall, I would say this is the best government we've had. All right. Okay. Thank you, Austin. Niels Bohr says AI cuts jobs. What should computer science grads do to survive? AI cuts jobs. Well, it's not been really cutting jobs so far, but now India is feeling the pinch. India is now feeling the pinch. Outsourced jobs are actually being made redundant. Jobs that were outsourced to India are now beginning to be made redundant by American companies. We are seeing that now, right? So AI cuts jobs. What should computer science grads do to survive? Skill up, acquire different skills, acquire new skills. If you are a CS grad, you're great at math. You can get into quantitative finance, you can go and get into other things. Upscale, look at broader horizons. If you are enterprising, if you're determined, you will not just survive, you will thrive. Computer science grads have all the math skills, all the entire math toolkit that, for example, a physicist has, more or less. Not everything, but yeah, right. So upscale, look beyond computer science, look beyond AI, look beyond other things. There's plenty a person can do if you're enterprising, right? So there's plenty you can do. All right. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, the universe is so mathematically accurate. Possible reason of worshipping of Gautu, great architect of the universe by Freemasons. Look, I don't know about the Freemasons. I don't know what their practices are, what the purpose of the organization is, who they worship or not. I don't know about the Freemasons. I've never heard of Gautu before. Great architect of the universe. And the Freemason cult, it's ancient, right? Before mathematics was introduced into Europe. So I don't know. I don't have the answer to your question. Let's see. Freemasons Gautu. Freemasons, great architect of the universe. Architect. Oh, the great architect of the universe is a symbolic non-sectarian term for God. Okay, they want to unify everything. Okay, yeah. So look, I didn't know about this. I'm not sure if there's a connection between mathematics and Gautu. Okay, Fast Snail says, looks like we will have KYC to use AI models. KYC is know your customer. So we will have KYC to use AI models. Well, I hope not. I hope not. Yeah. So if you're in the US, you will, I suppose, yeah. If you're in the US, you will need KYC perhaps to use AI models. Yeah, it looks like that. Could be. You have to prove that you are a US citizen if you want to use certain models. Maybe we are getting there now. Smooth Landing, what a name. Smooth Landing says India must grow fast in multiple sectors while also acknowledging environmental challenges. But can it be done both at once? What's your take on it? Growth always comes at some cost to the environment. All human activity incurs some cost on the environment. If you want to grow fast, the cost is going to be greater. If you want to grow slowly, the cost is going to be smaller. But the volume of the cost is going to be the same, whether it happens over a small period of time or a longer period of time. India must grow fast in multiple sectors or be left behind potentially permanently. India can't afford to be left behind. So India must grow. It's going to cause an effect or some kind of impact on the environment. I think that has to be absorbed. So what India can do? India can expand its forest cover as far as possible while doing whatever projects need to be done. My take is that, look, I am a great proponent of conserving the environment, of preserving the environment. I think it's a massive, horrible tragedy what we have done to our co-travelers on the planet, the animal kingdom. 100 years ago, 99% of the animal biomass on the planet was wild animals. 100 years ago, 99% of the animal biomass on the planet was wild animals. Today, 99% of the animal biomass is domesticated animals. That's what we have done to the environment. Yeah. It's not us as in India. It's the West mainly that has done this. So I think it's a tragedy, but India has to grow. So there will be some environmental concerns and all, which we will have to, do the best we can to mitigate, but it's gonna cause, it's gonna incur some cost in the environment, and India has to grow. That's non-negotiable, right? So once we are more grown, more developed, we can then perhaps undo some of the damage, repair some of the damage that was caused by the growth. But growth has to happen. The West has never been concerned for growth when it was growing. The West was never concerned about the environment when it was growing. Now that it is all grown, it's all developed, now it lectures you about environment and all. But they, I mean, they talk about carbon footprint. What is the carbon footprint of this war they've unleashed on Iran? When it comes to their self-interest, they don't care about the environment. And remember that too. Okay, Kakashi says, during Operation Sindoor, Pakistan ministers said we do dirty work of the West. Yes, Khwaja Asif or whatever he was, the Pakistani foreign minister, he did say that very openly multiple times, on multiple occasions, that we do the dirty, we have been doing the West's dirty work, which means the American dirty work, the dirty work for the US. You said this means Pakistan is divorcing US for China. Did I? See your episode 242, minute 27, and other episodes you repeat. Okay, I will look into it. If I said that, I will have to look into it. This is a recent thing. This is like the last 1 year. Pakistan divorcing the US for China. Okay, I will look into it. But Pakistan is, I assure you, not divorcing the US for China. But I will make a note of this. Episode 242, minute 27. All right, I'll check it out. Thank you for pointing this out. Thank you. Kakashi says, most anti-India thing Russia ever did, Yeltsin compromised. Look, most anti-India thing Russia ever did. Maybe did they have a hand in Mr. Shastri's death, potentially? If they did have a hand in that, that's an anti-India thing. If they had, that is a big if. Okay, it's a big if. Because Mr. Shastri died in Tashkent, which was part of the USSR at the time. Okay, that's one potential thing, but there is no evidence that they had any hand in Mr. Shastri's demise. In the 1990s, after the breakup of the USSR, Russia was completely, didn't care about India for a decade or so, until Mr. Putin came to power. Yeah. So Yeltsin was a Western stooge. At least that's what most Russians believe, or many Russians believe. And maybe there's reason to believe that. Apart from that, most anti-India thing in Russia did. What annoyed me in recent times was the Druzhba exercises with Pakistan. 2015, 2016, 2017, 1 year in Pakistan, 1 year in China, in Russia. Let's see. During what period of time were the Russia-Pakistan Druzhba exercises conducted? Okay, Druzhba means friendship. Joint military exercises between Russia and Pakistan. 2016, 2017, 2018. Druzhba 2025. Would you believe it? Druzhba 2025. Nice. Okay, so that's super annoying from my perspective, and so on. So, yeah. Anshul Yadav says, I'm confused identically. I don't like Western Adharmi culture, but then I end up vibing to American country songs. Indian music nowadays is horseshit. Well, what can you do about the fact that Indian music nowadays is horseshit? And I personally have no issue with American country songs. There's nothing wrong with that. Look, music is a universal thing. It's a universal language. There's nothing wrong in liking music from various parts of the world. If you were to see the kind of music I listen to, well, it's even broader. So, Western music isn't adharmi. It's not adharmi. Unless they're singing about whatever the hell they sing about these days. Indian music is, I agree with it, it's garbage, much of it these days. And Indian classical music it uses outdated instruments that that belong in the 1500s. Right. Why can't you use modern technology to play Indian classical music today? Why not? Or at least upgrade your instruments. I'm not saying abandon the sitar, the veena, the tanpura, the tabla. I'm not saying that. But also incorporate modern technology. They won't do that. But anyway, what we're talking about is Bollywood music here, right? Bollywood music and whatnot, which is, yeah, I can't stand it. I don't listen to it. I don't. Um, so I would say there is nothing wrong with enjoying music from other parts of the world. There is nothing adharmic about it. Music is music. Music is beautiful. So that doesn't mean that you are confused from an identity perspective. It just means that you are a person of discerning taste. Okay. All right. Mr. MCM Got Beats says views on Haim Ashed, Israel's father of space program. He claimed the Galactic Federation of Aliens is already working with major countries. We have a base on Mars and that aliens are here already. What I'm views? I don't have any evidence that supports what Haim Ashed has said. Did he say this actually? Let's see. Haim Ashed, Galactic Federation of Aliens. So, former Israeli space security chief says extraterrestrials exist and Trump knows about it. A galactic federation has been waiting for humans to reach a stage where we will understand what space and spaceships are. This is from 2020. Look, let me give you a general principle. Let me give you a general principle for how to deal with information. A claim that is made without evidence should be dismissed or can be dismissed without evidence. This guy has made these claims and he has provided no evidence for it. You don't have to take it seriously. That's all. So, if he has provided no evidence for it, what can I say about it? I'll not take it seriously. That's it. Iran expelled 1 million illegal immigrants this year. I wonder where they were from. Must be Afghanistan, sadly. Let me see. Did Iran expel 1 million illegal immigrants this year? And if yes, what countries were they from? Yeah, Afghanistan. There we have it. Yeah, sadly. The Afghans, yeah, it's tragic what has been done to Afghanistan. Anyway, illegal immigrants, any country has the right to expel them. So, okay. And anyway, things are better in Afghanistan now that we have the friendly Taliban government there. So, maybe not better for everybody. I would not want to be a girl or a woman in Afghanistan right now. But anyway, it's their internal matter. I am nobody to intervene in or interfere in that. Kakashi says 16, 12, 14 Modi tweet, we stand with Pakistan against terror. That's okay. That's a diplomatic statement. If there's been a terrorist attack in Pakistan caused by their own terrorists, yeah, it makes sense for us to say that we stand against terror with Pakistan. That's okay. That's just a diplomatic statement. Words, please, let's stop taking words that seriously. Okay? That's just words. It's fine. Okay, Rano Nahapana says, I am feeling nervous for my upcoming CDS IMA exam. So I'll tell you what. Nervousness is good and can be bad if it overwhelms you. What does nervousness indicate? It indicates that it's something that you take seriously. Right? So what should you do about nervousness? You prepare the best you can. You prepare the best you can. That's the best antidote for nervousness, but there will still be nervousness because it's something that obviously is important for you. Right? So nervousness is natural. It's normal, especially if you're putting yourself in an unusual situation or a situation that is high stakes. Nervousness is natural. So the best antidote is to prepare the best you can. So let's say you are a cricketer and you are going for your debut in a test match. You're gonna be nervous the first time you go out there. You place a few, you face a few balls and you play them well. The nervousness dissipates. You hit a couple of boundaries. Oh yeah, now I'm feeling at home. So that's what you do. If you're a new player, and you're playing your first test match, let's say you're opening batsman playing your first test match, you're gonna be nervous as hell. No matter how good you are, no matter how well you're prepared. So what it takes is you face down a few deliveries, you middle the ball, that settles nerves down. Then you hit a couple of boundaries, then you're fine. Then you say, okay, now I can deal with this. Yeah, here I am. So that's what you do. All right. All the best for your CDS IMA exam. V. Abhijit Kumar says, is bhakti a mental illness? It is not. It's not. V. Abhijit Kumar says, does Hanumanji listen to our prayers daily? Well, I hope so. I hope so. Very much, I hope so. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, I always use the terms conspiracy theories about my topic as prompts in AI to get my desired answers. Always works. They never answer directly. Well, you've got to find your own way to get what you want, I suppose, right? Okay, whatever the topic is. So yeah, you have to learn how to use AI, and you have to learn how to get AI to give you the information that you are seeking. Sometimes you have to use certain terminology, certain language. Find your way. You're good. Good. V. Abhijit Kumar says, does Hanumanji listen to our prayers daily? I like I said, I hope so. I very much hope so. Viraj Kamath says, live chat is a total mess, infested with bots and Hindu phobes. Okay. Bots and Hindu phobes. Okay, I'm just looking into the live chat. What's it look like? I don't know. Okay, so yeah, live chat can be rowdy. I don't see Hindu phobia. Okay. I suppose my moderator is asleep. Interesting. Okay, anyway, thank you for letting me know about this. I will look into this afterwards. If somebody has been misbehaving, I shall have them dealt with appropriately. All right. Thank you, sir, for letting me know about this. Thank you, Dheeraj. Ghost of Bonaparte says, Mon General, shall we teach DRDO how to build a great engine? Study the patterns at the link I've dropped in the chat immediately after the note. I am only able to see super chats right now. I can't find your regular chat. I'm not sure you can even drop links in the chat. But anyway, all right. Thank you. Kakashi says, India right to try to partner with the West to bide time grow. Well, you should try and partner with everybody you can. There's nothing wrong with trying to partner with the West or trying to partner with various nations. Look, you should try everything you can in good faith. Right? You should try whatever you can. You should try to partner with everybody. But if they then decide that, you know what, they don't want to partner with you anymore, then you should have a plan B, plan C, plan D. So I think it was absolutely right for India to try and partner with Western countries in good faith. But the US may not be a very good faith actor right now, especially when it comes to India. Trump is not a good faith actor when it comes to anybody. So that also you have to be aware of that, good faith is not always reciprocated with good faith. Okay, Saurabh says, why is Modi government didn't work on removing corruption? I think you have to ask that question to Prime Minister Modi and his government. I cannot speak on their behalf. Okay, sir. I can't say. What can I say? I am not a member of the government. So I don't have an answer to the question. Unfortunately. I wish I did, but I don't. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, MR Garmans asks whether research about the cell in which Krishna was born has continued or not. I am not aware. Sorry. I'm not aware of this. The place where Lord Krishna was born is under foreign occupation, isn't it? So I don't know. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, good night, everyone. I would also like to say good night, everybody. And that is the last super chat for tonight. It's been 4 hours, 15 minutes. I think it's a good time to end this live stream now. Thank you so much, everybody. Let me end it over here. I hope it was valuable. And as always, keep learning. Keep learning. Never stop learning. Keep learning. Keep asking questions. That's the right way to learn. Keep learning. Keep asking questions. Keep raising your standards. I shall see you in the next live stream very soon. Good night to everybody. Good morning. Good day to everybody who's not in the night time. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye bye.